Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through.
Hello and welcome back to ZeroEscape 999. Apologies for the slight delay, I just needed to get some things in order. So, last time, we went through quite a few escape rooms, alternate possibilities, and we finally arrived at the final set of doors. 1, 2, and 6. Now, we obviously know what leads to door 2. That'll lead to the confinement room and the torture room that we saw ultimately lead to the submarine ending. So, how about instead we go through door 1?
My choice is door 1.
If you need a slight refresher on who chose what door, Seven and Lotus chose door 2, Ace and Clover chose door 1, and Santa and Akane chose door 6. Santa was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
I mean, you're also the last one to speak, Junpei.
Sure, here.
Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never known now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers.
I had 3 pieces of paper ready.
For doors 1, 2, and 6.
And I put the one with door 6 on it into the pot.
He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his.
I just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted. If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out. Well, what does it say?
He fought the urge to smirk.
You got lucky.
Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated. This isn't the first time we've seen Junpei being a bit clever and conniving. When we picked door 3, he was willing to go to those extremes to get what he wanted. Again, it's kind of a reason I like him as a protagonist. He's not a clear-cut hero. Sometimes. Although his plan could have very easily fallen apart if anyone had, if 3 people had picked one door in that entire section. So, for example, if Lotus had chosen door 1, the same as Ace and Clover, there would have obviously been discussions and such, but his entire plan would have fallen apart. So, he did the best he could on short notice.
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams.
It's not really as much a problem as you think.
June and I want door 6.
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Aw.
Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6.
3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6.
Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age.
Dude, let it go. And again, you're one of the oldest characters here.
Right, June?
Well, I am...
Yeah, Akane, don't get in the middle of this. June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not.
Pig. You just wait and see.
Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine.
Calling me old. is why men are such a pain in the ass.
7, even if you get out of this alive, she's going to kill you.
They're about as subtle as a brick.
And they're at it again.
God, we've known each other for a few hours, and we can tell that, like, you two just keep going at it. Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself.
I'll see you later, June.
Jumpy.
Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't quite sting quite so much.
Don't make that face. It'll be like what 7 said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the notary game works.
7's words took a weight off Junpei's shoulders and felt much better. You know, that's assuming things go as they're supposed to.
It'll be fine. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you later.
Lingering uneasy remained, but they went their separate directions without much trouble. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck.
Here's A deck. It was the door on the left, right?
That should be it, yes.
Then here we go.
It opened and they walked through.
It's just as Santa and Lotus said.
At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon
A
it.
numbered door.
To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red.
There's the red. I'll go first.
Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel. Interesting.
Now the two of you, if you would.
Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned toward the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever.
Now,
He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover.
are you ready? Shall I pull it?
Yeah, anytime.
Pull it, Lionhead. Clover said nothing. She nodded, little more than a lethargic twitch of the head.
Very well, then. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
And it's open! Move it!
They stumbled into the room. Oh god, Wiley zapped it
Where?
again.
Where is it?
Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. Oh, that's easy. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died.
There it is! Over there!
Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it.
It stopped.
Yes, it did.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I agree.
Now then.
Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly.
There's another door.
This is nice.
Let's try opening it.
He took hold of the knob and easily, gently pulled it open.
So, this is the wheelhouse?
He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke.
Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
Very well.
Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something.
Okay, I will.
Look at Junpei taking charge.
All right then, let's get started.
All right. Seek a way out. Welcome to the chart room. Now, I'm going to preface this because you'll no doubt notice the video will be long, but I am planning to do 4 escape rooms again today. But luckily, 3 of them for the most part are actually pretty just simple and easy. Of course, optional dialogue is a must. The shelves are lined with books. Let's see what's in this blue one. There's something written on it. Ship's log. Huh. Ship's log, huh? New material has been added to the file screen. The ship's log. A ship's log found in the chart room. The following is written on the last page. We leave soon for a new journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made port, then changed our heading to east for a time, and we are now heading due north. Soon, we will dock in the United Kingdom, the homeland of this vessel. That'll surely be useful. The shelves are lined with books. Looks like they all have something to do with sailing. None of these look very useful. All sailing books, apparently. It's a wooden box. Maybe a case for letters? Hey, Clover, you ever write letters? Nothing. Wooden box on the desk doesn't look very suspicious. It's a light. Well, I guess she doesn't really feel like talking. She's not really paying attention to anything, is she? Her mind must be somewhere else. Maybe she's thinking of McDonald's or something. There's a light bolted to the wall. It's a pretty empty desk. My brother's desk looked a lot like this. Because he couldn't see, he never put stuff on it that he didn't need. Damn, that's... What am I supposed to say to that? Poor kid. Doesn't look like there's anything useful on the desk. Huh. Hold up, there's something in this one. A chair. Clover isn't very talkative. She looks kinda out of it. Is she thinking about Snake? A chair. There's nothing special about it. As a side note, upon listening to my recordings, I realize my voice that I'm giving Clover is a little too deep, but I am not a professional voice actor, so I'm doing the best I can. Also, I don't think my voice can go that high. That's a pocket watch. She sure hasn't been saying much, and she just keeps looking at the floor. She seems kind of sad. Pocket watch. An old one, too. The kind you have to wind. The hands have stopped at 5 minutes, 39 seconds past 10 o'clock. Huh. I wonder if it's broken. Yeah, I don't feel anything moving when I fiddle with the dial here. Looks like I could move the hands manually, though. A broken pocket watch. I can only move the hands manually. The knob doesn't work. Who actually has pocket watches nowadays? I'm legitimately curious. The only one I actually have on me is... Well, actually, pretty much a pocket watch based on the kind they carry in Full Metal Alchemist. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch.
Oh, pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
Where did you come from? He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch.
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Yeah, there is. You're supposed to be doing your job.
Yeah, there is.
Ace's eyebrows went up.
You checked on us. Now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, all right?
That's a lie. We didn't have to split up the work. I just want to talk to Clover alone. That's why I sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There's something I want to ask her, and I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. That's why when Ace showed up again, I got a little desperate. I had to make him leave.
I mean, he's also just not doing his job. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Dude, you're supposed to be checking out the wheelhouse. Get out of here.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion.
You know, now I'm looking at him. what are you wearing under there? Like, what is that shirt? It's like a turtleneck, but there's a weird blue line on the side of it. I don't know why. I kind of like it. It's simple, but it works.
Well, best of luck.
Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I want to get the phone number of your hairstylist. I would like to change my hair color, please. And get it as poofy as yours. Junpei's eyes widened and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
No, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room?
So, yes, in order to get this dialogue, you need to have gone through door 4, and thus have gotten the Clover bookmark from Santa, and listened to Akane's story about Ice 9, and then chosen to have gone through door 7 in the operating room, told 7 about Ice 9, or at least reminded him of it, and given Clover the bookmark. You need to have done all of that and then choose to go through door 1. This is a very specific sequence of events.
You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother?
Was his name Liquid? Then you... Yeah, that was a bad joke.
I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise. So...
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Ronald McDonald. Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them.
Okay, so it was the Hamburglar then. He also worked with McDonald.
You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out.
Yep, it's a case of simple math.
Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know.
Yeah, Junpei, that doesn't seem likely.
That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
Think about it for a minute.
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Fair enough.
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. Which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? You have a lot of options. But the only correct option out of all of these is Santa and 7.
Would it be Santa and 7?
2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is... 3! Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 The killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. I don't know, I trust Seven. There was no point in hiding it.
Well, I thought about it, and...
Like, he's a bit rough around the edges, but Seven overall is a good guy. He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he expected.
Santa and Seven. If it was two people, then that's the only combination that works.
Seemingly.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those two would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Okay, I have to question this because this happens repeatedly throughout the game. Did no one get a pen and paper except Junpei? Like, no one at all? Like, why doesn't Clover have any? Why doesn't Seven have some? Why doesn't Ace have any? Like, why is Junpei the only one who got pen and paper, especially considering they would need to compute digital roots throughout this whole game? It's just... it's so bizarre to me. Clover put her hand out expectantly.
Yeah, here.
I'll give you the pen and paper if you give me that fluffy coat. I like the little fluff things hanging from the neck. I kind of want to swing those around. It looks like fun. Am I the only one who did that as a kid? Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 12. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 equals 21. And 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 21. Whew. I just read all of that.
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
Oh, I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Why would you need to ask that?
It's not like I'll leave you behind door 3 just to stay with June. I would never do that. Right, Junpei?
Really?
Yeah.
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Yeah.
Of course. Just cross them out.
Also, you shouldn't even be on there.
And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and E.
So that would be Snake plus Ace, Santa, and June. And Snake plus Ace, Santa, Seven, and Lotus.
Wait, it can't be A.
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah.
Well, what have we got left?
E.
Huh. Interesting.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Yeah.
Do you think that's likely?
Not really.
If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
There's also an additional factor to consider. Even if they were killing people for no reason, there would be no point. If it was just the remaining 4 of them at the end of all that, their digital root would end up being, well, 2. They equal up to 19. 1 plus 9 equals 20, and that'll make 2. So they wouldn't even be able to open door 9. There's no way it's all of them.
And besides, if Ace and Seven are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them.
Yep.
But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look in her eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Oh, I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
that's how it looks.
Yeah, that's how it looks, but I don't think it was them.
But why would they do it?
There was a moment of silence.
Their motive.
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke.
Have I interrupted something?
Constantly.
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
Kind of busy here, but he turned on his heel and walks back toward the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Ace looked at Junpei and smiled, perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's that?
If you'll excuse me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just checking.
No, stop!
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought. What exactly are these pieces of paper hiding in your pocket? You switched them, didn't you, when we voted?
Yeah.
Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
I do. You could have just asked me to empty out my pockets. Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. That wasn't suspicious at all. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense.
Damn.
Ace isn't stupid. Let's head back in here for just a second, because there's still more stuff we could find. The center drawer, nothing in here anymore. This map looks weird. What is it? It's a map of the world, but with the Atlantic Ocean in the middle. It probably looks weird because you're not used to seeing it that way. A world map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There's something on it. A chair. A chair. Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess that's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. Really, it's more surprising she's still together enough to talk at all. A chair. It seems solemn, somehow, and melancholy. We're just gonna cross-examine every chair in this game. One of them has got a story to tell. A light. It looks kind of like a wilted flower. Kinda does, actually. It's a cabinet. Yeah, there sure are a lot of drawers here. Clover is very talkative. She looks kind of upset. Cabinet has a bunch of drawers. Oh, look at what we have here. There's something in this drawer. Is this a map? A stack of nautical charts. I think this is a nautical chart? There's this line on it, here. I think the line, is the route the ship was supposed to take. There are these dots all over the map. Oh, those are probably ports, like for a boat to stop at. It looks like the lines connect the dots. There's a stack of charts like that one. Yeah. How many are there? I'm not really sure, but I'd say somewhere in the ballpark of 10 or so. Like nautical charts, each page has different lines on it. There's nothing left in the drawer. Junpei, are you trying to open that door? Forget it. It's pointless. I tried it earlier. It won't open. This is the door we came in through. We can't go back. Aw. It's locked. Well, actually, the handle just won't move. There's gotta be some sort of locking mechanism at work here, though. The door handle won't move. Maybe I can move it with the power of my mind. There's a plate on the door. The letters are too scratched. I can't tell what it says. Huh. Weird. The dead is bolted to the wall here. You never know where there'll be funny dialogue. Anyway. World map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There are a number of red pins in several locations. What do these red pins mean? Well, the nautical charts I picked up earlier have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up to the pins or something. Let's see. Well, what do you know? Looks like this one's a match of the pins. Okay, so we've got 7 locations connected by straight lines, and each one has a word next to it. That's probably the speed. New materials to the file screen. Alright, I've got the nautical chart that matches up to these pins. I don't think I need to spend any more time with this map. Oh. Huh. I forgot to check that dialogue with Ace. I'll have to come back to this room anyway. All stuff for the extras. Nautical table found in the chart room. It shows directions of south, west, southwest, northwest, east, north, and straight. There's a word next to each point on the map. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. That's what it says. Interesting. Well, nothing else to do in here. There's another room on the other side of the window. This isn't good. So many drawers, but nothing inside of them. I apologize if my voice sounds absolutely nothing like how Ace speaks. It is hard to mimic Richard Epcar's accent. My desk, there's nothing in the drawers. A compass. It appears to be broken, however. You see, the glass cover has been smashed to pieces. A broken compass doesn't look like it'll be very useful. The helm. Well, steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. This thing won't budge. Sounds like there's something keeping it in place. What would be the point of moving it? The ship is stopped. What would be the use of steering it? Yeah, I know. Still. The helm, it won't move. What is this? Some kind of display? It looks a little like an electronic scoreboard. I imagine it was added recently. An arrival board, like at an airport. There's nothing on it right now, though. It looks like this is the only exit. A door. It's locked. Let's see if this will open. No dice. Must be locked. Ah, come on. This looks familiar. I saw something earlier that's the same shape as this hole. I know it. There's some sort of square device embedded in this door. It says lock in bright red letters. Well. A mechanical pocket watch with a spring. It doesn't appear to be working. The hands have stopped at 5 minutes, 39 seconds past 10 o'clock. Turning the knob does nothing. Yeah, it's probably broken. It looks as though you could move the hands, however. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation in it. Huh. This shape. Maybe... It does look like the pocket watch would fit here. Nothing. I imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. However, we may need to do something with the watch first. I know I'm supposed to put the pocket watch in this hole, but... If we go to the left here, we go over to the other side of this room. This room is just like the other one. Metal plates bolted over the windows. Heck, not just bolted, it looks like they've been welded on. No way in hell are we gonna get those off anytime soon. There's a thick iron plate covering the window. A compass. And what destiny does it point us to? I really hope you don't think that sounded cool. The needle is pointing north. Ace may be a bit of a stick in the mud, but he does have his funny moments. It's a wooden board with a circular hole in it. There's a bunch of wooden planks piled up underneath the window. Ah, a human hammer. They're often used to subdue large men like Seven. What? That was a joke, of course. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Ace, you really kind of suck at making jokes. That was rather cruel. I'll admit I found it funny, but in the way that it was very not funny. It's just like the one on the left. It's broken, though. Can't really use something that's broken. Also, why does everyone keep making jokes about hurting Seven? Like, come on. An engine order telegraph. They use these on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship. Like the gear shift in a car? Well, it's a little different. This device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship, and it sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it, which can be moved back and forth to... Hold on. Huh? There's no handle. You're right, there isn't. It looks as though it was deliberately removed. An engine order telegraph. The handle's been taken off. If we could find a replacement handle, I could probably get it to move. I'll plate over the window. Steering wheel. There are handles placed at regular intervals so it's easy to turn. Old school. Hey, a handle? And that's your only hint for this. Ah, didn't mean to. There's a compass behind the helm. Circular hole in this board. Metal plate, nothing special. A steering wheel. Let's see if it... Whoa! Looks like the steering wheel moves. So it would seem. I noticed something else as well. What's that? Well, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves. What do you mean? The ship. It's moving. Ha! Tricked you, didn't I? The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Well, let's try turning it again. So, yes. I hope you remembered those directions that we got in the previous room. For this, you basically need to press one of these two, the left or the right, and then press it again to stop it. You'll be stopping it on specific directions on this compass. It truly does not matter what direction you turn it in, so long as you stop on the direction that is specified. So, first, south. Next is west. Next is southwest. And just to make this easier, you do not have to press it exactly on the thing. You can press it as it's getting there, and it'll stop automatically. So don't worry about being too precise. Next, we have northwest. Next is east, and then north. What the? The handle came off. Stooping so low, are you, Zero? The handle that came off at the steering wheel. A handle. If I put this in here, then maybe... Junpei, you're stronger than you look. You pulled that handle off on the wheel with your bare hands. No, I didn't. It just fell off. Maybe I can use it to move something else. A steering wheel that's missing one of its handles. Don't need to mess with that thing anymore. I will do that in just a minute. Clover, what do you think about this handle? This is a handle for something. Why are you showing me this? Because I wanted extra dialogue, and I knew there was absolutely no reason to get it. But I'm surprised the developers put the dialogue in here just in case you did. A handle from the steering wheel. Alright. It's obvious. So, I sure hope this handle fits. Yes, it fits! Excellent! That should allow us to operate on the engine or telegraph. Let's give it a shot. So, again, it's pretty obvious what we have to do. We have to go by the order that we saw in that file. However, I'm curious. I don't think I've actually ever done this before. What happens if you put in the wrong order? Whoop, 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 whoop. Stop. Huh, nothing's happening. No, I don't think so. Take a look. Over there, above the door to the chart room. It will actually change the little board here. There's something on the wall which kind of looks like an arrival board. There's only stuff displayed on the left side. What the hell is this? It's the name of the ports in the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see at an airport. Departing XX carrier XX, flight XX at XX o'clock. Like that. Oh, I get it. It does look like those are the names of all the ports along the ship's route. But there's only one line that shows the arrival time. Ah, the time on the bottom, right? 47 seconds and 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. Perhaps that's the arrival time. The words on the arrival board. Ah. Time is set to 25 minutes. Why would they specify seconds? The time. I skipped past that a little bit, but whatever. 47 seconds and 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. This time is suspicious. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's even set even to the last second. There has to be a meaning behind it. Oh, perhaps... Ace suddenly went up to Junpei. Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, you just took my pocket watch. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Just trust me. It should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't need to look so smug about it. I took it and looked at the needle. Then, 47 seconds and 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time. Ace nodded slowly. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot. A pocket watch. The hand showed 47 seconds and 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. Set to the same time as the estimated arrival time at the final destination. Ace changed it so they match. Guess that's... Well, the pocket watch is pointing at the same time as well. Clover, you have anything to say about this? That's a pocket watch. The hand stopped at 7:25 and 47 seconds. Yeah, Ace said it to that after looking at the arrival board in the wheelhouse. The arrival time at the final destination was... Yes, we know. Sorry, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. If it's got something to do with the other room, talk to the person in the other room about it, okay? Clover, you're much more fun to talk to than he is, alright? So... But yes, obviously what I did was incorrect, but you're still on the right track. But if I input it with the wrong time... Huh? That's strange. Nothing's happening. Perhaps we set it to the wrong time. Well, the arrival board had the time for the final destination, and we set the hands on the watch to that time, so... Are you saying that the arrival board has the wrong time? Yeah, I think it might. We need to figure out how to get it to show the right one. So yes. It just simply won't work. So let's input the correct time. In this case, the correct order is full, half, slow, full, half, dead slow. Uh-oh. Oh, right, I can't press that one. And then stop. Huh? That's weird. I thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. The same thing happened earlier, remember? There's been a change to the arrival board. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. Engine or telegraph. I don't really think I need to be messing with that right now. Huh, interesting. Junpei, take a look. The display panel looks different. Yeah, you're right. Only the left half of it's on, though. The last line. It says that the estimated arrival time at the final destination is 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, then you mean... I see. Good work, Junpei. You're a sharp one. You matched up the hands on the watch like I did earlier, didn't you? Now you've set it to 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Yep. Then surely you know what needs to happen next. Let's give it a shot, shall we? And show 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. What are you doing? There's only one thing for you to do, you know. Now give it a try. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, Clover, look at this! Junpei, what are you doing? You're supposed to do this. I know. Go away, Ace. Pocket watch. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Okay. What about it? Well, There's something funny about the thought that Junpei just keeps coming back in here to show her, like, Clover, Clover, look what I did! Okay. And? What do you want me to say? I don't know. Hey. Let's finish this up. Oopsies. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shape. Actually, it's shaped just like the pocket. Let's try putting this in there. Yes! It says open now. Good work. It seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey! Clover! What? Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get out of this room. You've been bothering me so much throughout this room, Junpei. You keep showing me this watch. I don't know why. Can we just leave now? Oh. Well, let's go then. Clover. Says open in bright green letters. The watch is stuck in the hole. It says open in green on the left. Something. The left side's got the names. Ship. The door to the chart room. Clover is over in the wheelhouse already. I don't need to open this door anymore. but I wanted to. I'm just curious if there's any more remaining optional dialogue. I don't really think I need to be messing with that right now. It's missing one of its handles. I've already done all I need to do with it. Okay, there's no more optional dialogue. That's unfortunate. Sometimes it's funny, like the whole thing with 7 wanting the alcohol. Oh well. You found it.
Oh, a hallway.
It's far too narrow to be called one.
They found themselves in a small space outside the wheelhouse. On their left was a wooden door.
This seems to be the only route.
Yeah, let's go.
Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond.
Wow.
Wow. It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment.
Well, these machines are weird. I've never seen any of them before. Huh? Wait, this one is...
One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. Ace seemed to recognize it.
Ah, yes. A telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago.
He turned and slowly took in the room. Real question, how many people actually know how to accurately use Morse code? I'm curious. Because I've known some people who do and some people who don't.
This must be the communication office.
Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door.
And that door?
A metal plaque was nailed to it. It read...
Captain's quarters. Huh.
That's what it says.
Then, do you think...
No. Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected.
Well, we won't know if we don't open it.
Clover, you were probably like the bravest one here. You just don't care. She walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw was a man on the floor, covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up, his mouth went dry, and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist.
Not again.
This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was that he saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control. And whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match. That's a very specific word choice.
Damn.
A sense of helplessness, of desperation washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body, like acid.
No, wait. We didn't check his pulse yet. Maybe he's still alive.
Junpei, he's lying in a floor of blood. Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. When he touched his hand to his neck,
No pulse.
his pupils had dilated and he wasn't breathing.
Well, he's dead. Damn. If only we knew how it happened.
Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There was a deep red wound on his chest.
These wounds. I wonder what killed him.
Junpei did not have to wonder long.
It must have been this.
For lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood.
These clothes. A captain? Does that mean this guy was Zero?
I don't know about that. On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0.
Bracelet 0.
It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it was a joke.
Junpei.
It may be wise to find a way out of here first.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, let's get moving. Seek a way out. Welcome to the captain's quarters. The second escape room behind door 1. A camcorder. It looks like it's pointed at the door. Well, the power's on. Why would someone want to videotape a door? I think this kind of camera records to a hard drive, but it doesn't look like this one's recording anything. What do you mean? It's just sending whatever it sees to something. What does it see? The door. The camera's pointing at the exit. So this is the exit, huh? Don't even really have to try this door to know that it's locked. I knew it. Exit, it's locked. Let's see if shaking you gets us anywhere. No dice. How many times do I have to shake you? There's a plaque on the door, but it doesn't say anything. The display is dark. I guess the power isn't on. The control panel for the electronic lock. I guess I've got to put in a passcode. I don't think it's just about numbers. There's a hole in the bottom of it right there. I think you need to put a key in first. There's a hole in it that looks like it might be a keyhole. A little rectangular hole. I think it's a keyhole of some sort. With the right key, I should be able to unlock it. No dice. It doesn't matter what I push on here, it's not working. I don't think the power is on. Nothing happens when I push it. Ooh, curtains that I can't click. There's blood on the chair. Do you think this was the dead guys? Yeah, probably. There's blood on the chair. Kinda creeping me out. A bed. There's nothing in it. A bed. Nothing suspicious here. Click the bed. It's a lamp, but it doesn't turn on. I don't think there's anything special about it. A lamp. Nothing to see here. There's a lamp with a shade on it on the table, and something else. Something metal. Looks like a music box. Music box on the table. Oh, yay! A little music box. Oh, it's one of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up? Why does it sound like that? Ugh. God, it's like the mansion basement theme from Resident Evil. It's just horrible. Is it broken? The pins on the cylinder are shaped all weird. I don't think those are the pins. It looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's going on, don't you? Things look odd. We'll have to take it apart if we want to get a good look at it. They look like batteries. There's a cable running from them to the monitor. A chair. A chair. It looks a little lonely. Well, sit in it then. I think this probably used to be a door. Nobody's going through it as long as that metal plate's here, though. Well, even without the metal plate, the desk's in the way. There's a thick metal plate over the door. Study desk. The screen showing what's happening at the central staircase on B deck. This screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere that I don't recognize. I can't really tell where that is, if I'm being perfectly honest. The room on the screen looks really fancy. That's the first class cabin. There's just some random hallway in this one. That looks like the second class cabin behind door 4. The screen shows the big hospital room. This one shows the central staircase on C deck. I don't recognize the room on this one. That, I believe, is the shower room. I'm struggling with my brain on this one. I don't know why I don't recognize this one. Anyway, a drawer. There's nothing inside. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch from what you see on the screens. Do you know how to work this thing? Why don't we just press one of these? Like this one. Well, I guess it does change the... What the hell is this? There's nothing on the monitor, just static. Hey, isn't the door on that screen the one right behind us? You're right. So whatever that camera sees is sent to this screen in real time. I wonder if that means something, you know? The screen is showing the door behind us.
Huh.
And if you click this, you get a cutscene. Junpei snorted with grim humor for the second time since he'd come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out
ZERO, huh?
Yeah, it's a bit on the nose.
It's like he's making fun of us. What do you think?
He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Clover nodded.
Nothing.
It seems that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse.
What about him? Do you think that's really Zero?
Clover shook her head weakly.
There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero is one of us.
Yeah, right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious.
Yep.
Look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Isn't that kind of fishy?
It's kind of like a Saturday morning cartoon plot, only with actual death.
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. So I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder.
Why did they do it? Don't know why that line got cut off.
I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a Zero bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!"
He says that, I did it!
Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything Zero is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers, this isn't Zero. Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
Like I said, a Saturday morning cartoon plot.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
I don't know. Maybe you met him in a past life or something. Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Huh?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Clover didn't move.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
I mean, is there nothing in the room that you can use to, like, move the body? I know the chair is heavy, but you could use the top of it to, like, push the body a little. He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. Like, how heavy is this guy? But just as it did...
Huh?
Something fell from the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the...
The bracelet with 0 on the face.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so.
This...
1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confine of the ship, or the backside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
This is probably the scene they flash back to the most.
Oh god.
Got a little ridiculous. Junpei stared at the bracelet.
This man... He's dead, isn't he?
Huh?
No, it's just... I guess I didn't really think about it until right now.
That could easily be an out-of-context clip. Just, this man, he's dead, isn't he? And it's just an image of like a hand covered in blood on the screen. But it may sound stupid, but it does happen with some people. It'll take a minute for the reality of something to sink in.
If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know?
Junpei?
I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive.
Junpei.
I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda has it better, you know?
Junpei!
Dying from a bomb going off inside of you, I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin.
Good God, Junpei! Like, I know what happens here, but still... It is wild that he just... babbles like this.
I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm.
Good God, Junpei, you don't know the meaning of shutting up, do you?
And,
Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway. I said I didn't like the Godfather. I'm sorry, Clover, but it's true. Please don't kill me.
Oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
I don't think you were thinking.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
I said it was twisted like a pretzel, and it was covered in salt.
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but... I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Yeah, that's true. It would be hard to look at the body of your relative in such a state. To Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
Suddenly she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Aw. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms. What a way to just soothe someone's heart by talking about the gory dismemberment and death of one of their relatives. Again, out of context, this sounds ridiculous, but it does make sense.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
But yes, obviously, his left arm is a prosthetic. We learned about this if we go into door 8, after going into door 5. It's always nice to have information across timelines. Although in this case, Junpei doesn't know that, so... Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It was Venom. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
But... he's still alive! I'm so happy!
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad!
Huh?
Junpei, you were right!
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
In some situations, sure. Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have such an effect on her. Who knew a bookmark and a few words would be enough to change the course of history? Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Thank God Akane is not here. I don't know if Akane is a jealous person, but I don't know how she would react to this.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Well, good on you, Junpei, for not taking credit.
Oh.
Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. Six steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 to the left. And what do you get when you add 666? You get 18. You get 9. And then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me.
And you are dropping a bombshell all of a sudden.
But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Yeah, Clover, you gotta start at the beginning here. Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
It's kind of like Star Wars telling a story out of order. It can be a little confusing sometimes, but I mean, you can still follow it well enough.
Okay.
But in this situation, we can't go anachronic order. We have to go chronological here, Clover. Clover nodded.
All right. Let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Yep.
Morphogenetic fields?
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
She did. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
It's close enough.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The nonary game.
Huh.
9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other?
Everything, apparently.
Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head?
Ah, yes. When you're in the middle of a pop quiz and you suddenly remembered something that you had heard a long time ago, and it just comes in handy.
That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
For some reason.
So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment, he felt very, very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
Her name was... Yeah, I'm not gonna make the joke. The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Ace.
Ace, why do you always have the worst timing?
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something?
I'm kind of busy here.
I'm having a little trouble, and I could really use your assistance.
Can any of you people solve these puzzles without me? Like, I know you can, because you get through the doors without me, but still.
Come on, it'll only take a moment.
Ay. With that, he turned and walked back toward the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei, what are you doing in there? Hurry up!
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communication office. I'm coming, I'm coming. A music box. Would you wind it for us, Junpei? Make it stop. It sounds rather odd. You don't say. What's this? The pins on the cylinder look rather strange. In fact, these don't look like pins at all. It looks to be some sort of board. We'll need to dismantle it to get a better look. Make it stop. Junpei, what are you doing? We've searched the wheelhouse from top to bottom. There's no reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it would be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check both rooms, don't you? That's the door we came in through. There's a hallway on the other side of it that goes to the wheelhouse. We don't have time for backtracking right now. Look, a hook. That wasn't a joke. I know, man. It's a hook for hanging clothes, I think. Well, I hope that's what it would be. A clock mounted on the wall. The hands aren't moving. A little surprised that the time is wrong, then, I suppose. And there's nothing on the back. Just an ordinary wall clock. The hands aren't moving. A chair. It's a chair. If I sit in it, will you let me be chairman? No. Aw. Damn it, Ace. It's a chair. Nothing exciting going on there. Nice rhyme. Clover, get me away from him. There's an E on this screen. There's a Z on this screen. There's an R on this screen. There's an O on this screen. It's one of those things that switches what's on the screen. Let's see what happens if I flip one of these switches. Nothing. Looks like it doesn't work anymore. Oh, look at that. There's a piece of paper in here with some letters on it. What's the deal with this? Is it some kind of code? There are 4 rows of numbers and letters. They all start with an O. They all start with a 0 and end with 8, F, N, or B, respectively. Maybe this has something to do with number bases. New material's been added to the file screen. Oh boy, I hope you remember your hexadecimal. And that's it. A numeral system a numeral system chart found in the captain's quarters. 10 in base 10 is written as A in hexadecimal. Therefore, 11 is B, 12 is C, 13 is D, 14 is E, and so on. This chart showed the rules for each numeral system. Well, we're going to be using this. But we'll get to that in a little bit. It's an old telegraph machine. Nothing suspicious here. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it works. There's something in the drawer. Ooh, ink. A bottle of ink. It's filled with ink. How redundant. Some black ink. There's nothing in the drawer anymore. There's a wooden case with something in it on the table. Small screwdrivers. A set of small screwdrivers. Perhaps we can use them to dismantle small devices. Perfect for screwing and unscrewing small screws. Someone say that 10 times fast. There's nothing on the table anymore. Ah, didn't mean to click you. Hey Ace, look! It's a monkey with glasses. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? It also kind of looks like someone who's been watching too much TV. To be honest, I have no goddamn idea what this thing really is. It's probably some kind of radio transmitter. Hey Ace, look! It's a model of a steam train. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? To be honest, I have no goddamn idea what this thing really is. It's probably some kind of radio transmitter. Hey Ace, look! There's a big-ass rat trap over here. I told you that's a telegraph key. It is a device that transmits messages through Morse code. A telegraph key. There's no cheese on it, unfortunately. It's a telegraph key. A machine for transmitting Morse code. I tried sending an SOS earlier, but I doubt that did anything. Zero would never make it that easy. So you think it's broken? No, it works. I'm just not sure if it actually transmits anything outside of the ship. Ace says you use it to send messages in Morse code. The cable that comes out of this thing is connected to the desk. What does that mean? A pair of headphones. I can't hear anything. Guess whatever they were connected to doesn't work anymore. We're listening to radio transmissions. Just a normal light. Well, it won't turn on, so maybe not that normal. Ooh. There's a piece of paper in the drawer. It looks as though that drawer is the only thing that's locked. I don't see a keyhole, though. An electronic lock, perhaps. Take a look at the left side of the drawer. Yeah, there's some cables over there. That must mean the drawer won't budge. I think it's got some kind of electronic lock. Chair. Hey, what is this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. A white piece of paper. It's blank. There's nothing in the drawer anymore. This is a really long cable. The tip is hooked onto one of the desk drawers. Nothing else to say. Oh, an early telecommunications device. Most likely used to transmit a radio signal of some sort. I experimented with it earlier, but to no avail. I imagine it's broken. I guess people used this to communicate back in the day? Whatever it is, it doesn't work. Okie dokie. Hey Clover, you got anything to say about this? Yes, I do want as much optional dialogue as possible. I don't care if people complain. Nothing about this, apparently. A bottle of ink. Well, this would be great if we had an old school pen, but otherwise it's pretty useless. There's a whole bunch of these little screwdrivers. I think we could probably use them to take apart, like, small things. What about this? Alright, the screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. This is a cylinder for a music box, right? Well, doesn't a music box have a little metal comb thingy that runs over the pins of on the cylinder, and then that makes a song? It looks like there's something besides the pins on this cylinder, though. Yeah, there's these things that look kind of like little metal fans, I guess. It has some pins and a weird metal fan glued on it. I get the feeling it's important, but I don't know what it means. Ace, what have you got to say about this? It looks to be a cylinder for a music box. There are a number of pins and some pieces of metal that look rather like fans attached to it. Well, you're boring. But it's not that. Clearly, I pressed the wrong button. The best solution is to cover it in ink. Spray it in it. We're going Splatoon here. I guess I'll put the ink on the cylinder. Ah, yes, I see. You put ink on the cylinder. Yeah, if I roll it across a piece of paper, the pins and the fans will leave marks on it, right? The pins will make dots and the fans will leave lines. Alright then, show us. Covered with ink. Maybe if I roll this over a piece of paper. You see anything about this now? No, you don't. Clover, last check. What do you say? Huh? You put the ink on the cylinder from the music box? Yeah. Why would you do that? I've got a theory. Now I just gotta roll the cylinder across a piece of paper, and if I'm right, the ink should... And we have a Morse code chart. So we basically just need to copy this. What is this? It's just a bunch of lines and dots. I put ink on the cylinder from the music box, then I rolled it across the paper and it left this. Is it some kind of code? I think it's probably Morse code. Oh. Morse code. Piece of paper with Morse code. Ace, last thing. Just as you suspected, right? Now you have a pattern of dots and lines on the paper. I imagine it's Morse code. These dots and lines are the dots and dashes of Morse code. Junpei, what are you doing? We have the Morse code message. Certainly you know what to do next. Eat the paper. Got it. Alright, I'm coming. Ah, come on. There we go. Alright, I've got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. If I do this right, something will happen. I hope. Alright, let's give this a shot. You don't even really have to think about this, just copy it. As a small note, on the Nintendo DS version, I believe the Morse code was on the... One of these was on the bottom screen and one was on the top, but here they just put it side to side. Makes it even easier. The only thing you need to do is click. If you press it once, you get a dot. If you hold it, you get a dash. Literally just copy what you see here. Done. One of the simplest puzzles in the game. That's the last one, and yes! Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You've unlocked the drawer. Electronic key. Telegraph key. No need to mess around with it anymore. I guess he doesn't say anything else about it. There's something inside that looks like a file or something. A red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up.
It looks like there's something on the cover. ALLICE. All ice. Alice. Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each of these was full of strange symbols.
What the hell is this?
He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him.
They are hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Yeah, Junpei, have you never seen hieroglyphs in your life?
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Can you read them?
Of course. I can't. What would make you think I could?
I mean, you never know. A bunch of people in this game have had weird, oddly specific skills. You never know until you ask.
What the hell?
Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just 1 or 2 pages that were covered in the strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them.
Whoa, the whole thing's like that.
Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file, and something fell out.
Huh? What's this?
He bent down and picked it up.
Oh, a key card.
There was a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of the symbols for the Saturn and Mercury key cards. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol.
Uranus. That's the Uranus symbol.
Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well.
Something's written on the bottom. Bottom deck library. This must be the key to the library, then.
So it would seem.
Bottom deck library. Oh.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like...
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic.
Could beneath the navel mean the bottom deck, and the Forest of Knowledge is the library?
Possibly.
Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him, curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
Well, don't laugh, okay?
There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him.
The Egyptian priestess, an Ice 9. Interesting.
And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster? They called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice. And she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
It was a very crazy theory. It sounds like a story. Ace stared off into the distance, his hands slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
CAS?
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane.
Interesting.
CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Yeah, you want to specify that?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation. Cryogenic freezing?
Well, I'm a Halo fan, so yes, I've heard of it.
It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films.
I'm a fan of Halo and Star Wars, and those might be the only 2 big sci-fi I'm really into, so... Well, I suppose also Dead Space, but I don't remember it having any of that. At least not off the top of my head. I might be forgetting something, but anyway, yes, I've heard of it.
People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow.
Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
I don't know. I have a theory. Just a small theory about who could have done it. I don't want to tell you right now, but maybe later. Junpei thought for a second.
Nobody.
After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those three to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
I suppose.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. It sounds a bit ridiculous to me. Especially because you're not really giving me a reason why. Why would she just stroll around the ship and suddenly start murdering people? Seems a bit peculiar. Just imagine that. Just imagine that, like, feeling like awake after thousands of years. Oh, who's this guy? Oh, there's an axe nearby. Well, time to get the blood flowing and blood spilling, I guess. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
Yes, it's very much just a theory.
All ice. Alice. Is she really somewhere on the ship?
Junpei only had one clue. The key card in his hand.
Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge. And the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now.
Yep.
I'll come back to this later.
He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. New material's been added to the file screen. Ooh, look at that. There's a key in the drawer. Guess it was hidden under the red file. Pick it up, Junpei. A key with a leather case. It isn't metal. My guess would be ceramic. Junpei, have you found a keyhole that might fit it? A rather unique key. The tip is square. There's nothing else in there. Anything else to say about this? No. Ah, wrong button. Let's see, what do we have? Information about Alice. A file I found in the communications office. It says, all ice in the spine. All the pages are filled with hieroglyphs from ancient Egypt. It's just a picture of the actual book. Nothing too special. Clover, you got anything to say about this? What is this? A key? Seems that way. The tip is square. Do you think maybe you're supposed to use it over there? Yep. Only one place I can use it. The control panel for the electronic lock. Looks like it's got a keyhole at the bottom right. Maybe the key I got earlier. Sweet! Just had to put that key in and now it's open. Junpei, look! There's a minus sign on the screen. There's 8 of them. That probably means we've got to put in 8 digits. Do you think you can figure it out? There are 8 dashes on the screen. I guess I need to put in 8 numbers. I don't need to put any more keys in it. Ah, well. Screen's behind us. Yeah, so if I... Looks like anything showing up on this camera shows up on the screens behind us. Yeah, so if I put my hand here in front of it, it shows up in the middle top screen back there. You've got a short lifeline, Junpei. Hey, mind your own business. What the hell? That's ominous. 8 digits, huh? Once I put in the 8-digit number, I just press E to enter. And if I mess up, I guess I just press C. Alright, let's give it a shot. So, the answer here is actually rather obvious, or rather, it's obvious what we have to do. We have to put in 0. The word 0. But how do we do that? In numbers. Easy. Through hexadecimal. As such, what we need to do using hexadecimal is input 35, 14, so that's Z and E, 27 for R, and 24 for O. That gives us 0. Yes, it worked! Good job, Junpei! Excellent, you seem to have unlocked it. Good work, Junpei. Alright, let's go. It's unlocked. Display says lock open. A video camera on a tripod. Let me get out of here. Blood on the chair, kinda creeping me out. A bed, nothing suspicious here. Any extra dialogue left to say? The screen is showing the exit. Pretty exciting stuff. Alright. The door to the communications office. I don't need to go back in there. Oh, but I want to. But yes, escape room done. You found it. Yes, the 2 escape rooms behind door 1 are actually not that bad. The ones behind door 6, well, one of them in particular is... We'll get to that. They stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left like a great backward L.
Alright, let's go.
Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightaway. He ran, and ran, and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door.
That's the next door.
He made straight for it.
Wait, a piece of paper.
He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. Junpei skidded to a halt.
This is...
He dropped down onto his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor.
Map of the ship's interior for A deck.
What's wrong?
Jeez, man, you're really out of shape. Ace, slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age, had finally caught up to Junpei.
I found a map for this floor.
He showed Ace what he'd snatched from the wall. He looked at it for long enough to determine what it was and nodded.
I see.
With that, he began running again past Junpei.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
I mean, it's just a map, Junpei.
I should keep this, though.
Junpei shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace, but something stopped him.
Hey, where's Clover?
He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it, what the hell is she up to?
Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob.
Clover!
Huh?
As Junpei watched, she closed it, gently and quietly.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
Clover, you realize how suspicious you sound, right?
What do you mean, nothing?
Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket as if to hide something. Or as if trying to hide something. God, Clover, you have no poker face.
What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is... a note.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes.
Okay.
It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
Huh. That's oddly specific.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
We're learning how to, I don't know, juggle or something. Go meet up with the others.
He's getting mad.
Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, all right? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note? A note. Junpei was curious. But there was something else that bothered him.
From the look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note. Jeez, what are you thinking? For crying out loud.
Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a set of stairs.
The big stairs. So this is where it ends up. Just like it says on the map.
It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His "I see" after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing.
Ace? Did he head down?
No, he somehow headed up, Junpei. Yes, of course he headed down. He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down.
Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
And not just Ace. Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well.
Really?
Let's join them.
The ship is surprisingly small, despite being, you know, a ship. Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
June's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her.
What's up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
What?
You could have just said that instead of, we found it, we found it. Just say we found door 9.
Come on! Just follow us! We'll explain on the way!
Okay.
Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs.
Well, if that's the case...
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was.
We've reached the end.
I don't know about that, Junpei. You could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
I'm coming. Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Junpei followed. Down the elevator we go. Down the elevator we go. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E-Deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the two elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the four of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow and eventually to the number 6 that you two found earlier. We opened it and kept going. There was another locked door behind it, like usual, but this time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it. Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
That's right.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
Basically. With that settled, Junpei looked around.
So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here. Follow me.
Seven began walking down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him.
By the way...
I hope you like the sound of footsteps. They had been walking for a while, and June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke.
You know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital root?
9. 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
9. It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you, I mean.
Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Fair enough.
Is that so?
I mean, I could see Lotus offering the possibility, but at the same time, I feel like even she wouldn't be that cruel. Junpei was about to respond when 7 suddenly stopped.
We're here.
In front of them stood a door.
So, is this...
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see 7's face, but he could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
Yep. It looked as though 7 was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
All right, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed.
Oh.
It appeared they'd been telling the truth.
No way.
The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number. 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door of it, the door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
The 9 door.
It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant.
No doubt about it. This is door 9. Oh, finally! This is the last!
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around.
Behind? What?
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
Why? A door and a 9. There's another one?
Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his own way to the second 9. There was a small door set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door.
There's a red there too! That means... And of course it won't open.
Would you really expect it to? He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
But why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Lotus was skeptical.
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
Yeah,
What makes you say so?
because then it would just be pure luck.
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them.
Yup.
I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle.
It's the mark of a good puzzle. You have to give the tools necessary so they can solve it.
Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Yeah. I mean, what kind of game would that be? Some kind of, decision game.
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door.
Yep.
I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Very specific wording. Junpei began to mutter to himself.
So if there are 2 number 9 doors,
If we split it up right,
That's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand.
You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
yeah, here.
Yeah, because you apparently just don't have your own. Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers. Oh, that's fun.
You get it?
Yup.
The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So...
Someone is always gonna get left behind.
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind, right?
yeah.
There is no good outcome to this. Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank.
come to think of it,
Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him.
what is this room?
Looks like a church. The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room. I'm getting Silent Hill vibes all of a sudden. Like Silent Hill 1 and 3 vibes.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet...
Is that an altar?
It was a recessed space set into the wall between the two other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin.
A coffin? No, it couldn't possibly be.
One of those strange symbols there. But it wasn't. But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. But I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Fine, let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong, she just... screw it! Let me just write it out.
Yeah, stop with the suspense, Seven. Just tell us. Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though.
Damn.
If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Seven, you might be my favorite character in this game. Like, it's a toss-up between you and Junpei, but I don't know, I just really like you.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
No, I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak all at once. Lotus, just say you like him. I mean, you two definitely get on each other's nerves, but you also... It's pretty clear you have a thing for each other.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you... agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you...
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
Oh, great.
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. It's amazing with all those chocolate chip cookies he packs away. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and... He had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. Where were you hiding that? Like, seriously, where were you hiding that nobody could see it?
Huh? What?
A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more, the gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why? What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Well, that's just uncalled for.
Damn it!
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded and he began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders.
I would rather not, thank you.
Ace, Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands in the red.
3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 8 equals 18. That was what Santa had meant when he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed, frozen, like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right, fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched. And the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
He really shot it? But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf words and the 4-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch. You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
That is just very uncalled for. Apologize right now. Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
All right, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate.
That's it.
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go.
Huh?
No way.
you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy! And so will Clover and Seven.
I know. But you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, you can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me, please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders.
Please.
And pushed them toward the door. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step, and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded.
Go.
Oh, all right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
All right, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver harder against June's head and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Again, out of context. I know this is a very serious scene, but out of context, this is quite hilarious. Just, how do you describe 999 to someone? Like, any scene out of context. Just say, Santa's got the gun. And they'll be immediately confused. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. The 4th asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. Soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Good! Go!
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. Well, this is a nice situation we're in. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. God. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June, about Akane Koroshiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat. That was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, What do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
We could go get the playing cards from the casino. Play some baccarat. Seven opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and Seven looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to Seven to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The three of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from?
Well, there's only one place it could be.
Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right!
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Yeah, you gotta try. Junpei and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip on with what little purchase they could find and pull with all their strength. Clover, are you not gonna help us here?
Damn it!
It won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
Ugh, there's nothing here!
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out?
I think we need a little help, Junpei.
I need something.
Ask yourself, what can we do? What is the answer? To be continued. So, yes, this is a bit of a cliffhanger. If you come down this path, which, again, requires going into door 4, then 7, then 1, and making, of course, the correct dialogue decisions, you will be cut off right here. This is what is known as the Coffin ending. At least, that's usually what it's called. But we can't do anything else for right now. We'll come back to this later. For now, let's show what happens if you make the wrong decisions or go through some other doors and then go into door 1.
Oh, pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
Spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Since I didn't show this off already, well, God, I'm stumbling over my words already. That's not a good sign. Basically, while I'm going to get the other ending, let's show off what happens if you say, well, not a problem, but...
Well, not a problem, but...
Junpei looked desperately around the room, anywhere but at Ace, trying to find a convincing reason to dismiss him. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked at Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck.
So...
Ow.
Ow. That's not what that says, Junpei. For no reason he could fathom, Junpei's head began to hurt.
Ah, what the hell? My head.
A sharp pain in his head. How much time passed, he wasn't sure, but he did notice when Ace strode through the door. His smile was more of a smirk, and he had the air of a man who knew more than his opponent.
Yes. There was something I wanted to check, if you don't mind.
Yeah? What's that?
Pardon me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Whoa, what are you putting your hand...
So, yes.
Just as I thought. You I managed...
Then...
Oh...
So, yes. There's no real difference to that dialogue choice. However, because I have chosen to go through door 5 and then door 7 before coming to door 1, in other words, since I have chosen to go along the incorrect route, or at least the incorrect route for that ending, this scene changes. We do not have any dialogue with Clover. Instead, Junpei gets a headache, seemingly out of complete nowhere, and time just basically passes. Until Ace eventually comes confronting us in here instead of in the wheelhouse, and has the whole scene with him revealing that, oh, we cheated in the game, in the voting process.
Damn.
So, nothing too special. Though we still end up back in the wheelhouse for some reason. Odd.
I know it's important to figure out who this guy is, but... don't you think we should figure out how to get out of here first?
But...
Please, I don't want to waste any more time.
So yes, once we have this conversation about who the dead man on the floor is, Clover will quite abruptly cut off the conversation in the middle of it. Clover looked miserable, as if she could start crying at any moment. Junpei just didn't have the heart to tell her no.
All right, sure thing.
However, was his mind playing tricks on him, Junpei wondered. For a moment, he could have sworn he'd seen Clover smile.
Looks like there's something on the cover. ALLICE. But isn't it supposed to say all ice? This doesn't have a space between the L and the I. Are they saying that ALLICE is a single word?
So, yes, because I chose to go in for door 5 and then door 7, we have never had a single mention of all ice or Alice. So, naturally, Junpei's not going to know anything about that. It was an interesting thought, but it left Junpei's mind as quickly as he opened the file. What lay inside was far more interesting and far more confusing.
What the hell is this?
They are hieroglyphs.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right. Of course. I can't.
What the hell?
The majority of this, however, is the same.
Whoa, the whole thing?
Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file.
Huh?
And
a key card.
And of course, we still get the Uranus key card.
Uranus.
Something's written on the bottom deck. Is the bottom deck a library? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now.
And because he didn't talk to Seven about that bit of information about Alice and Ice 9, he doesn't have that little epiphany either. He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. He also doesn't bring up the topic to Ace, and so the rest of that scene with him talking about Cass is not there. So we don't get to hear more about that amazing subject, including its uses for space travel. That sounds interesting, like it could be used in a sequel or something. They stepped out of the captain's quarters into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before blah,
All right,
blah, blah, blah.
let's go.
The rest of
That's the next door.
The rest of this is mostly the same after we finished the captain's quarters.
Wait. This is...
Junpei finds the map.
Map of the...
Ace comes up.
I found a map.
I see.
And it's very anticlimactic.
Well, that was... I should keep this, though. Hey, where's Clover?
And then we start to get to this. He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it. What the hell is she up to?
Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob.
Clover!
Huh?
As Junpei watched, she closed it, gently and quietly.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket as if trying to hide something.
What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is... I wonder.
What the hell?
Come on, we gotta hurry.
With that, Clover ran, straight past a somewhat confused Junpei. As she did, he caught a glimpse of her back.
Huh? Clover, what's that on your back?
Sticking up from her collar was something that looked like a big wooden stick.
A stick? Hey, Clover! What the hell's that thing on your back?
She didn't respond. Instead, she quickly turned the corner and disappeared.
Is she ignoring me? For crying out loud.
That's not suspicious at all. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. You know, just ignore that, Junpei. I'm sure it's nothing serious.
The big stairs. Huh. So this is where it ends up. Just like it says on the map. Ace. Did he head...
From here...
Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
From here, it's mostly the same for a minute. I'm not going to cut ahead, I'll just zoom past.
Really?
Let's join. Jump.
What's up?
They're happy to see
We
each other.
Found what?
We found...
What did you...
The last... We found...
Come on!
Okay.
Well,
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
They're happy to see each other. They found door 9. They're going to go there.
Jumpy, we finally...
Yeah. We've reached the end. But something's bothering me. 7 of us are 2 people. Is there a way? 4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left.
hey, Junpei!
Let's go, Jumpy!
Yeah.
They were quiet for a while until... They had just reached C deck when Clover spoke.
Hey, what about door 2?
Everyone else stopped. They all turned to look at Clover. 7 spoke.
What about door 2?
Door 2 is the only one we haven't gone through it, I mean.
Yes, that is true.
Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean?
So what? We found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors.
What's the point? Huh? What's the point in going to door 9? We can't all go through it, right?
Maybe.
Then we should do what we have to do before we go any further.
I mean, we only got an hour and a half, Clover. Possibly less than. Do you really want to chance that?
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first. You know? Or what? You think all 7 of us should go to door 9? And then we argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again?
How many grunting anime noises will there be in this game?
Who knows? If we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out.
Probably not. I don't know, just the benefit of hindsight is telling me probably not.
Huh. I don't know what might be in there. We may not find anything. But don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you do have a point.
The others nodded in agreement.
The last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we've got a lot of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look.
You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2.
They were back in front of the elevator. Nearby was the large hospital room.
The elevator can take us down to door 2.
Who shall go then?
Let's see.
Me. I'm going.
Then June, 7, and I need to go with her.
4 plus 3 plus 6 plus 7 equals 20. 2 plus 0 equals 2.
Hey, why do you get to...
I don't mind. We'd only waste time arguing over it.
Jumpy, I'm okay too.
See?
Can we just go now?
Fine.
All right, let's get going.
I'll see you later.
Okay. Be careful.
Yeah, sure, Akane. They climbed into the elevator and Junpei listened to it creak and rattle its way to the bottom deck. Only Junpei, Ace, and Lotus were left. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke.
Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me?
Go with you? Well, I didn't think people still talked that way outside of the 1950s. Well, I'm a mother. Would that be a problem for you?
Wow.
That wasn't what I meant to... I was hoping you would come with me.
Seriously, though, I was kidding. So, where was it you wanted to take me?
There's something I wanted to show you.
Hey man, what the hell? I'm not important enough?
Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you.
Really?
Of course.
Ace's smile was friendly.
Fine. Do whatever you want.
Thanks, Junpei. Are you coming, Lotus?
Fine. Doesn't look like they're going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go and see whatever it is you think is so important.
Thank you. Well then, shall we go?
That's not suspicious. Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. They disappeared into the hallway on the left. Time seemed to drag as Junpei waited for the others to return.
They're so slow. And what's keeping Ace and Lotus?
Suddenly, the elevator opened. A single person stood there.
Clover! I guess you're the first one back.
It was only Clover inside. He didn't see the rest. She looked at Junpei, then slowly, purposefully stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her.
Where's everybody else? What happened?
She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room and then settled on Junpei.
Where are Ace and Lotus?
Oh, Ace said he wanted to show Lotus something, so they went into that hallway.
Junpei explained what had happened.
Oh, then they went over there?
Her voice was small and timid.
Yeah, I think so.
He repeated his earlier question.
So where are June, Santa, and Seven? Why aren't they with you?
You really want to know?
There was something wrong with her smile.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Here, let me show you.
Well, this sure sounds not suspicious in the slightest, and like it won't end badly. Clover pulled something out of her pocket and tossed it onto the floor at Junpei's feet.
Huh?
He looked down. On the floor in front of him were 3 metal rings.
Bracelets. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit.
Junpei collapsed.
No. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real.
Junpei's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump in his chest, and his hand shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. The 3 bracelets sat on the floor before him. He could see the numbers on their faces.
3, 7,
and
6.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the excited wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
But why?
Junpei's voice was flat and broken. Clover's response was cold.
Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. You need at least 3 people to open a door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? It could only have been Santa and Seven. That's why I killed them.
2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
But why? Why did you kill June?
Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too.
No.
Well, this is certainly gearing up towards a happy ending. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to wake himself from what had to be a dream.
No.
It couldn't be real. It just couldn't.
Hey, Junpei.
He felt Clover's hand on his shoulder. Well, that's... happy. That won't terrify me for the night. That won't give me nightmares unending. Her smile was wrong. Horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made from stretched human skin. The smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer the Clover he had known. Yeah, let's give her a new name. How about Cleaver? Something about that just sounds right. Perhaps she was not even human.
Let's go.
Her hand reached out toward him.
Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship.
What the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door, you...
Yes, I know. You need at least 3 people. But as long as we have this...
Once again, Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
It was another bracelet. Junpei could see the number on the face. 0.
The 0 bracelet. You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is... See? You get it now? If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us.
4 plus 5 plus 0 equals 9.
See? So let's go. Come on, hurry up.
She shoved out her hand again. Junpei looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon, but there was something else. There was a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess filled with love.
Junpei.
Her voice was soft. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were deep, so deep Junpei could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. There was something oddly bewitching about her. Junpei, have you got a thing for yanderes or something? His mind was beginning to crack, and his heart began to melt.
Junpei.
The hand she was offering him, it looked so soft, so inviting.
Clover.
Junpei reached out with his own trembling hand and closed it over hers.
Yeah?
Ow. Junpei writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody, then screamed more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually, his movements slowed, then faded. There was no more strength left in Junpei. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He no longer felt pain. He no longer felt anything. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. Even as his vision faded to nothingness, he saw Clover.
Thanks, Junpei. I'm just gonna borrow this, okay?
Her smile was cold. What was left of Junpei's conscious mind drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Bad end. Yeah, you don't say. I'll meet you back at one of the dialogue sections in the previous escape room, just so I don't have this blaring in the background. So yes, back here so I don't have the loud alarm of the credits music blaring in the background. What we just achieved is called the axe ending. And as you could tell, it was a bad ending. The way you get that ending is, well, it actually just basically amounts to you have to choose door 1 without having taken the 4-leaf bookmark from Santa and not... God, that was a terrible way to say that sentence. Basically, you just have to have not given the 4-leaf Clover bookmark to Clover and then go through door 1, and you will be on the route to the axe ending. Because Clover didn't have anyone she could trust and confide in, like Junpei, she basically went insane and jumped to the rather logical conclusion that Santa and Seven were the ones who killed Snake, which we know is not the truth. But, yeah. To say that Junpei's choices have a lot of impact is an understatement. Now, in case you're curious, did Clover manage to escape the Nonori game alive after that? You know, just in case you're curious what happened in that timeline. A Q&A with Kotaro Uchikoshi, he states that he thinks she did not manage to escape alive. So, in the end, her actions were for nothing. They did not achieve, like, any sort of happy result. So, you know, just a bit of an icing on that terrible cake. But I'm also back here to show you what will happen with these dialogue choices? We know what the correct one is. What happens if we choose any of the others? As you can guess, nothing particularly special. Would it be Ace and Santa?
Would it be Ace and Santa?
1 plus 3 equals 6.
The digital root for Snake, Ace, and Santa is 6. No, they wouldn't be able to open door 3. Then maybe...
Luckily, you can go through all of these options, so I don't have to go through this scene over and over again. Would it be Ace and June?
Ace and June.
2 plus 1 plus 6 equals 9. Interesting.
The digital root for Snake, Ace, and June is 9. Nope, they couldn't open door 3. And besides, there's no way in hell June is a murderer. Damn, I need to think it over again.
Yep, no way at all. Would it be Ace and 7?
Would it be Ace and 7?
2 plus 1 plus 7 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
The digital root for Snake, Ace, and 7 is 1. The numbers aren't the right ones. They wouldn't be able to open door 3. But in that case, who was it?
Would it be Ace and Lotus?
Would it be Ace and Lotus?
2 plus 1 plus 8 equals 11. 1 plus 1 equals 2.
The digital root for Snake, Ace, and Lotus is 2. That's definitely not 3. They wouldn't be able to open the door. Then which 2 could?
Would it be Santa and June?
Would it be Santa and June?
2 plus 3 plus 6 equals 11. 1 plus 1 equals 2.
The digital root for Snake, Santa, and June is 2. Nope, they couldn't open door 3.
Rather interesting. The two of them together equal 9.
Besides, there's no way in hell June is a murderer. What am I doing? Let's try this again.
Would it be Santa and Lotus?
Would it be Santa and Lotus?
Ah, yes. The famous duo, Bonnie and Clyde here. 2 plus 3 plus 8 equals 13. 1 plus 3 equals 4.
The digital root for Snake, Santa, and Lotus is 4. Nope, they couldn't open door 3. Then...
Would it be June and 7?
Would it be June and 7? I really don't think June is the murderer, but just in case...
2 plus 6 plus 7 equals 15. 1 plus 5 equals 6.
The digital root for Snake, June, and 7 is 6. Of course they wouldn't be able to open door 3.
It's rather interesting to think, like, if Snake had still been around for this, the combinations they could have gone through in some of these doors. Like, imagine... imagine these three going through door 6. Well, maybe. There may be a reason they can't, but, you know, we'll talk about that.
Then how about...
Would it be June and Lotus?
Would it be June and Lotus? June, the murderer? No, not possible. But just in case...
2 plus 6 plus 8 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7.
The digital root for Snake, June, and Lotus is 7. Of course they wouldn't be able to open door 3. Then which 2 could?
Would it be 7 and Lotus?
Would it be 7 and Lotus?
Ah, yes. These two. We all know they are attached at the hip. They can't help but work together. 2 plus 7 plus 8 equals 17. 1 plus 7 equals 8.
The digital root for Snake, 7, and Lotus is 8. Nope, they couldn't open door 3. Then which 2 people could?
So yes, there's nothing special about any of these options. You just get some specific dialogue. I am surprised at how many options they even give you, but whatever. So, just for the sake of completion, what happens if we pick door 2?
My choice is door 2.
Hey, wait a minute there.
So obviously we go through this entire spiel about Santa knowing that we're cheating.
You cheat?
Cheating? How could...
Let me see.
Sure.
I had 3, and I just needed, after I saw if the number I...
Well...
You got lucky.
But after that...
Alright. So we know who's going through door 2. It'll be me, Lotus, and Junpei.
7 plus 5 plus 8 equals 20.
The only problem's the other 2 teams.
June and I want door 6.
Clover and I choose door 1.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people.
Everyone was silent. Then suddenly, Clover spoke, her face blank and cold.
Why don't Santa and June go into door 1 with Ace?
Huh?
Well,
They looked at one another. 3 plus 6 plus 1 equals 10, 1 plus 0 equals 1. Finally, Ace spoke.
Then what will you do, Clover?
I'll be waiting at the stairs. You guys are coming back here, right? That's what 7 was saying, wasn't it?
That had been what 7 said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the notary game works.
I'm sorry, but I just want to be by myself for a while. You understand, right?
There was no emotion on her face, but it was drawn and pale and her eyes were red. No one had the heart to contradict her. The room grew very quiet. Silence drifted down over everything like a blanket of fresh snow. It was Santa who finally spoke.
all right. I'm going through door 1. That all right with you, June?
Yes.
June nodded.
Well, we'll be going then.
Let's move too.
Yeah.
Right.
And just like that, their paths were set.
I won't see June for a while, but this was my choice. I'm just going to have to suck it up. 7 said we'd all see each other again, and I'm going to believe that.
He took strength from that thought.
The other group went to A deck to go through door 1. Clover joined them. Our group is on our way too. We're heading to the bottom deck using the elevators. I wonder what we'll find down there.
They stepped off the elevator and headed for door 2.
We ready?
Yeah, anytime.
I'll go first.
One by one, they put their palms onto the recognition device and 3 asterisks blinked to life on its screen.
Let's go!
And from here, it's basically the same. The door opened and they leapt inside.
Where the hell is it this time?
It is quite literally the same scene from there. Thus starts the confinement room. And there is no difference from there. The flowchart, as it shows, no matter how we get here, door 2 will still lead to the submarine ending. There is no point in me redoing the escape room. However, one thing I do want to check, because I have never actually checked it, and I want to be sure.
The hallway goes to the left.
I just want to be very quickly sure. Let me go into an adventure mode for this.
Yes, we...
Right.
An elevator.
Just what...
Let's go.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
I know where we need to go. The door behind the central staircase. There was a sun symbol on the key, and I happened. This should open that.
Yes, Junpei.
Let's go!
One thing I wanted to check. We did not have the Jupiter key when we picked door 3. Because we did not go through door 7 when we did that.
Yeah.
I'm curious if we still... The Jupiter door was already unlocked. Huh. So they actually accounted for that. That's rather interesting. I will meet you back at the voting scene, because I will have something to discuss. Alright, so we're back at the voting scene, and I actually want to mention this right now. There is a bit of an interesting bit of trivia about this game that I want to discuss now that we've gotten the axe ending. And that's the fact that there is a third version of this game. Or rather, I suppose I should say, this is the second version of the game. You see, after the original Nintendo DS release, at one point, the game was actually ported over, or rather had a version made for iOS. Now, what's special about this version is that it basically removed a lot of the gameplay. The only thing you could do is make choices. All of the escape rooms were basically, well, they were still present, but at any point where you would play the escape rooms, the characters would just get through them for you. There would also occasionally be some alterations to scenes. For example, in the torture room, past door 2, basically Lotus didn't actually sit in the chair in the iOS version. Junpei does, and he actually receives a little bit of a shock. And speaking of Junpei, it's the only version where we see his face during, well, talking scenes. He actually had special face portraits made for that. Now, why am I bringing all of this up? Because that is the second version of the game that was made. The Nonary Games remaster that I'm playing is the third version. And yet, the iOS version of the game contains something that no other version of the game does. A sixth ending. Because the Coffin ending we got is not necessarily a true ending, more a cliffhanger. But the iOS version contains a very specific sixth ending based on one particular choice, which I can't show due to the flowchart. It happens if you choose door 3. Now, in the other two versions of the game, if you choose door 3, you are automatically locked into going into door 2, because for whatever reason the characters decide not to go into doors 7 and 8. And thus they don't have the Jupiter key, they can't explore more, etc. The thing is, this creates a little bit of a plot hole. At least unintentionally. You see, Junpei, 7, and Lotus go into door 2, and when they come out, if they didn't pick door 3, then it even outright notes that they don't have the Jupiter key and they can't open the door. Now, if you pick door 2 normally, as we did, as shown, it will acknowledge that the door is already unlocked. They've already done that. But if you pick door 3, there is no feasible way any of the other characters, Ace, Clover, Santa, and Akane, should have been able to get the Jupiter key. Their digital roots, no matter what combination you get, would not equal 7. Or, at the very least, no combination of any 3 of them would equal 7. So, how they get through there? Who knows? The game never actually bothers to explain it, and in fact, even the Q&A section I've occasionally brought up doesn't answer this question. It's as mysterious as to why... It's the same level of mysteriousness as to why the Sun key door was unlocked. So, in order to cover what I believe is a potential plot hole, we have a sixth ending that effectively renders that moot. It is called the syringe ending. After you pick door 3, then effectively things play out normally up until right after Snake, or rather right after 7 mentions Snake being murdered. At that point, Clover snaps. She runs off. Junpei chases after her to the nearby stairs over here. And while he tries to calm her down and get her to come with him, she ultimately jabs him with a needle, and he falls into the water. It's revealed that the needle contains some last little remnants of soparil, presumably the same needle that Ace used. And while Junpei tries to take Clover's hand so he can get himself out of the water, she refuses and states that she wouldn't help him, and he ultimately drowns. The implication being that Clover believes that Junpei is the one who killed Snake, and then just tried to escape and kill her by going through door 3. It's, for all intents and purposes, a lighter and tamer version of the axe ending, just without the blood and gore. Junpei just drowns like he does in the submarine ending. But in a weird way, it covers the plot hole I mentioned, simply because the characters don't get that far. In fact, in the iOS version, the only way to get the submarine ending is by choosing door 2 in this section. Choosing door 3 just leads there now. And so it just perplexes me so much as to why that particular ending is not in this version. The Nonary Games version released in, I believe, 2017, and if I also remember correctly, the iOS version came out in 2014. Considering all the work they probably had to do for this remaster, it surprises me that of all things, they didn't include this small additional ending. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but I would love to know. It's probably the only thing I would recommend checking out about the iOS version, because without the escape rooms, it kind of loses something. If you can, I'd recommend checking it out on YouTube, because it is posted somewhere. But yes, I couldn't talk about that till the axe ending, because both of them involve Clover killing you. And, as should be obvious, the axe ending and Clover killing you is one of the most iconic and well-known parts of the game. Just because of how shocking it is, especially for someone who seems so meek and innocent. But Uchikoshi loves to do that with his works. Subvert your expectations with the characters. So, now that I'm done rambling, let's go through door 6. We have 2 more escape rooms to get through, and a lot of talking.
I want to go through door 6.
Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read Junpei, door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all.
That's a problem.
So yes, because we actually chose door 6, there's no scene of Santa accusing us of cheating, because it actually is what we wrote on the paper. June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said.
None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei, and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
Junpei, I'm amazed you didn't plan for this contingency. Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. Seven and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 4 plus 8 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
Why did you sound so whiny, Ace?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so...
Huh. I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15. 1 plus 5 equals 6.
7. Lotus. What do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
Alright then, we're good to go.
See you later.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Oh god, that's gonna be a fun trio. I wish I could see that.
Yeah, be careful.
We should get going as well.
At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, Ace, June, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. I don't know why I'm reading certain words out of order. The ride to E deck was a silent one.
This is E deck.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6.
Here it is. You guys ready?
No, I need to get some potato chips, I need a soda, you got any, like, movie tickets? I wanted to, plan ahead.
Yeah. Then let's get to it.
One by one, they, put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each of them. The door opened, and all at once, the 4 of them leapt through it.
Hey! I found it! It's right there!
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one.
It stopped.
Yes! It stopped!
The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
Don't you love recycled lines? With that, the doom and gloom from before was done, and the mood turned somewhat lighter.
All right, let's go.
With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
But it's not locked. I'm opening it.
He took hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps.
This has to be the biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Yeah, you could tell by the echo in your voices.
Huh. Could be 2 stories. Maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
For those that don't know, Kamaboko is basically fish cake. That's an interesting food-based metaphor there, Akane. Something about it sounds familiar. June pointed at the massive building in the center.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any.
Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important.
I see stairs. So we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit one person.
You're right.
And go across it one at a time. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
They moved toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Correct.
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. Do you see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
Well, I would hope not. The entire room was as silent as the grave, otherwise it would be probably extremely hot in here.
All right, let's split up.
Or humid, at least. Then all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees.
Hey, what's wrong? Are you all right?
He dashed toward her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June.
It was then that he noticed.
Jumpy.
You... Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes. Yes. It probably is. But I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me. I just need to rest. And I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay, here, sit down, careful.
Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath.
Thank you.
Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clenched tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
Yes.
Right.
They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern.
All right, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Seek a way out. Welcome to the steam engine room. This is probably the biggest escape room in the game. Sort of. It's big in the overall size, but other than that, yeah. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So if the conveyor belt was moving, yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. Looks like a conveyor belt. It's not conveying anything right now. What a nice pun. This pillar goes up toward the ceiling. Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? That's gotta mean something. I guess pressing it is the best way to find out if it does anything, Santa. Nothing. This button is glowing orange. Nothing happens when I press it. It's a square hole. Nothing in there. Looking at the back wall there. Look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps. I mean, you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. There's a square hole in the side of the tunnel. There are 3 slots here. They look like connection terminals for something. A tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. Let's get in there. It looks like there's a door over here in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. There's a small door on the side of the tunnel. It's welded shut and won't open. The conveyor belt runs into a sort of arched tunnel. golden gear. Doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. A huge golden gear. I have a feeling it's important. You don't say, Junpei. So this is where you put coal into the furnace? That's right. I had a look at it earlier, but it's rusted shut, I'm afraid. Perhaps you should check the other side. This is where the coal goes, or would go if all three of these things hadn't rusted shut. This is the huge oven for this boiler. There are 3 open areas in it. Each of the open areas has a gear in it. There's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by the wall. I already looked through all those. There's nothing here. There's nothing in them. There's a barrel under the stairs. Sweet. Unfortunately, it's empty. There's a barrel under the stairs. A barrel. We should get 7 to throw the barrel from the top of the stairs. It'd be just like that old game, remember? Ah, yes, with the gorilla who threw barrels. And you tried to jump over the barrels and make your way to the top. Wow. One of the stairs, it's empty. Even Ace knows about Donkey Kong. Anyone gonna play Donkey Kong Bonanza? Look, Ace! It's some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. You use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. There's a number of cloth bags over here. There's nothing but sand in them. It's a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver's way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be a steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have gotten your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? Are you being serious? A huge silver gear. I got a feeling it's important. This gear's rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. This conveyor belt runs a sort of arch tunnel. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. There was a pillar like this on the other side. Yeah, you're right. There are 2 pillars that reach up toward the ceiling. There's a thick iron door blocking our way. You think this is... Yes, it looks like the exit. Looks like this door slides up into the ceiling. This thick iron door blocks our way out. It's probably the exit. What is this? Given its placements, this must unlock the door to the left. There's a weird indentation on top of this thing. You think that means you have to insert something here? Yes, I would imagine so. Looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Well, that's interesting. Oh man, Junpei! I can't believe I missed something so important. What's so important? Look at those stairs. Look at them carefully. That gap, that height, that angle is perfect. Perfect? Perfect for what? Whatever, just bring Clover here, right now. Tell her she needs to walk up and down these stairs. Huh? Clover's not here. What the hell is he talking about? Yeah. Like I mentioned in part 1 of this, Clover is 18 years old. She is an adult. So, I knew that joke was coming up. So I just wanted to make the joke less uncomfortable. Although, I will say this. Would you believe that that joke is foreshadowing? Yes, I am not joking. That joke itself contains foreshadowing. We'll get into that later. I don't really get it, but apparently these stairs are perfect for something. There are a number of wooden boxes piled up at the bottom of the stairs. They're all empty. The catwalk on the upper floor. There's a staircase that reaches out from the catwalk to the boiler. Whoop. A huge bronze gear. This has to be important. Nothing really special to say about this one. There's a small door on the side of this tunnel. It's bolted shut and won't open. So, yes. What about over here, the other side, like Ace said? I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If we were to put some coal in here and ignite it, then the steam engine might start working. It's certainly possible. An opening for fueling the furnace. This is the bottom of the massive boiler. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You'd need at least 4 of these. Huh, I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know. Sure. Common sense. This is the massive furnace for this boiler. There's a door built into the near the bottom where you can put coal in. Whoopsies. Didn't mean to go that far. There are a number of these little windows alongside the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open. Stairs? What the hell? Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. So, as should be obvious, we can't do much of anything down here. We need to go up. The slider is down. Well, let's see if I can get this thing to go anywhere. Man, no dice. This thing isn't going anywhere. Locked in place, it won't move. Looks like Santa wants to give this one a shot. Damn it. Nothing. This thing won't budge. I guess Ace feels like giving it a try. Nothing. It won't move at all. These two columns are different from the others. The lights are red. There are a whole bunch of lights here. Most of them are yellow except for 2 columns on the right. The 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we are meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Well, only thing we can do is go up the backside of the catwalk and the pipe. We aren't going to get anywhere with the pile of boxes here. What the hell's in these things anyway? They're way too heavy to move. Pile of big boxes is blocking our way. Hey Junpei, where are you going? The only thing in there is a closed numbered door. Kind of pointless to go back, huh? Yeah, it sure is. The door we came through. It's unlocked, but there's no reason to go back there. Time to think about how we're gonna get through this. As big as this escape room is, it's so empty that there's not much to talk about, honestly. The furnace for the massive boiler. I feel like I'm in a building built for another building. Looks like there's a few more doors over there. These boxes are going to make things difficult. Perhaps we should use the scaffolding instead. Alright. One of the doors in the furnace, there's a B on it. Whoopsies. Huh. One of the doors on the furnace, there's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should, go in here. Alright. Let's go. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes? Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. The furnace for the enormous boiler. It says A on this door. Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. Unfortunately, even the dialogue in this place isn't too noteworthy. At least most of it. The catwalk. I can see some scaffolding on the wall over there. There are a whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. It says C on this door. There's a wooden box hanging beneath the catwalk. This damn pile of boxes is blocking my way. One of the great metal ribs of the ship. I think June's resting right underneath it. And for some reason we couldn't see her. There's a wooden box on the end of the rope hanging from the winch. It looks like there's something in the box. It looks like a hand-operated winch, but it doesn't look like there's any way to operate it. That means the wheel isn't attached. The hand-operated winch. I don't see a wheel to operate it with, though. Well, that means we can't do anything here. But we can do something over here. Well, anyway, looks like that's the pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing. Then coal must come out of this pipe and onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. A pipe that goes to the conveyor belt. There are a number of boxes on the catwalk. I don't think we can go over there. The catwalk. The catwalk. It's the catwalk. Meow. You want me to push you off her, Junpei? No way, meow. You jackass. Junpei, what had happened to you? Did you get cursed by a cat or something that you have to speak in meows? I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but who knows? It could probably happen to someone. Let's go through this door. The stairs back down there should be on the other side of these boxes. You have an excellent memory. Use that to draw a map inside your head. That way you won't get lost. Can't get through here. Yeah, I mean, that's an option, Ace. Or I could just do this. The catwalk. Turn around. And we will find another winch, this time with an actual handle. This supports and braces on the side of the ship. It's not a ladder. Nothing really to say about these. And can't click on the box, apparently. This winch looks like the other one we saw earlier. Although this one has a wheel on it. A hand-operated winch, the wheel is attached. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Ah! Ah, shit. It's a wheel that seems to be a part of the winch. There are some pegs on the back that look like they go into the holes on the winch. Good job, genius. You broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. A hand-operated winch. The wheel it once had is now in my hand. Let's see if I can get it back on. There's a couple of posts in the back of it that look like they fit into holes on the winch. Damn, no good. These little shafts are too small for this big hole. Looks like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, to be honest. What the hell, Junpei? If that's the case, then that wheel wasn't originally part of this winch. Then that means... Do you actually say anything about it now? No, you don't. Alright. Well, the solution is obvious. Go back through door B. Go through door C. Go over here and place the wheel on it. The hand-operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah, I got the wheel I pull off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Sweet! It's a perfect fit, like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good, I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see? The wooden box. It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. Jeez, Ace, could you lay it on any thicker? Hand-operated winch, alright. We've got a wheel in there. Let's see if I can turn it. Alright, I'll turn the wheel. Huh, what's this? What happened? This wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left. That means we can't reel up the rope. Yeah, we can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that'll be a problem. We'll simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Can you not do anything? Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung on just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt.
June's down over by there.
Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they had all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time.
He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion.
Santa's response was confident and certain.
She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual.
Yep.
How the hell could you call that normal?
Well, I mean, when you get into a situation like this, you have to kind of adjust to it. You have to make it your normal, even if only temporarily, just so you can get out of it.
We're just guinea pigs.
Santa snorted in disgust.
A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Dunno. But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
It certainly does. They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. Interesting. I don't think I need to turn the wheel anymore. The hand-operated winch, there's a wheel on it. The catwalk here is shaped kind of like an M. That's an odd thing to notice, Junpei. But yes, go through the C, then go through the A, and we can head down. I think that's part of the ship's structure. They're like ribs that support the hull. It's not a ladder. There's a catwalk over there. Yeah, if by catwalk you mean narrow strip of metal. Junpei, are you brave enough to cross that? If you were to fall, you do realize that broken bones would be the least of your problems. Well, that's comforting. Several catwalks spidering across the walls of the room. There's a box here. It's full of glowing embers. One of the great metal ribs of the ship. But yes, head back down. And go to where the boxes are. Wrong direction. Specifically in front of the coal machine. Control panel for something. Ah, look at what we have here on the back. Some kind of machine. Maybe a control panel? Looks like some kind of control panel. It's got 3 terminals on the back. Some kind of control panel, apparently. Interesting that it has 3 terminals on the back. This box is empty. Of course, I could always put something in it. A winch, a rope, and a hook. The wooden box is right underneath. So yes, put the box in here. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. Well, there's only one way to find out. In you go. Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet. All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And, oh, yes, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh. What's that? What happened? Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt's? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal in the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off at the end of the belt into that wooden box where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Since the belt started moving, it's transported quite a bit of coal. It all drops off the left end of the belt right into the wooden box. There's a lot of coal in the conveyor belt, consequently there's a lot of coal in the box too. There's a whole lot of coal in the conveyor belt. Ah, so the conveyor belt carries all the coal from the right side. Anything else to say about this, Junpei? Control panel for the conveyor belt, it's covered in lights. Apparently nothing. The light in the button isn't on anymore. I don't need to press it. But I want to. But yes, grab the wooden box filled with coal. A wooden box filled with coal. Guess there's really only one thing we can do with this stuff. Yeah, only one thing to do. Put it in here. There's a hole that'll let us put coal into the furnace. Maybe if we get some coal in there and set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. God, that's loud. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Ah, well, a man could dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with steam to power the turbine and drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then, if the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, Jin. I think you'd better rest some more, right? But no arguing. You need your rest, so you just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay, I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. I hope you like loud noises. Man, this is a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? Well, we put a bunch of coal into the furnace. If we can get it to light. Well, there's only one thing to do. Huh. I wonder why these lights are like this. When I went by earlier, I think the two columns on the right were lit up red. You're right, but it seems they're all yellow now. I would imagine that indicates something is ready to activate, wouldn't you? Yep. Is this? I think it might be. It probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Huh? Some of the only 3D animation in this game. The gears. They're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. I don't need to move the slider. Worth a try. The golden gear. If we turn it 180 degrees, the section of it that was hidden under the floor comes into view. A golden gear. There's something in the indentation on part of it. A gold disc. The gold disc. There's a number of lines engraved on it. I can make out 3 colors here. Red, blue, and black. I wonder what they mean. Junpei, the gold disc we found. Do you remember where it was when we found it? I think it was on the bottom left. Why? Oh, I was just thinking. I'm pretty sure the gold disc was on the bottom left when we found it. Well, it should be obvious what is happening now. There's a weird indentation that looks like 3 circles put together. It looks like a Calouette model of... what? Hey, are you alright? Yes, I'm, fine. And now she can't stand. See, I told you. Now get some rest, alright? Yes, I'm sorry. The bronze disc has a bunch of lines on it in 3 different colors. Red, blue, and black. I found the bronze disc in the bottom right. There's nothing here anymore. There's some kind of weird indentation on this thing. Like a triangle made out of 3 circles. There's a silver disc on the top of it. The silver disc, it has a bunch of lines on it, but the red ones really stand out, right? The red ones, huh? Hey, Junpei, you remember that silver disc? Do you remember where it was when we found it? I think it was on the top. Why? Oh, nothing. Just thinking. And we have everything we need to get out of here. It looks like this thing unlocks the door. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found onto this thing. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's stick them in. Huh? That's odd. There's nothing happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, put them in the wrong places. Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another. Well, no harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is clicked, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is clicked, the discs are switched. Please note when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. So yes, we have to get the discs in the correct spots in order to make a specific shape. But the solution is actually rather simple. There we go. Just put the discs in the spaces they were when they were on the gears. And then just rotate them until you make a red star, or sun, which is a star, so yeah. Very simple puzzle. The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. And we're out of the steam engine room. You found it.
Yes! The door's open!
Unfortunately, I consider that probably one of the most boring escape rooms in the game. Like, I even find the first escape room to be better. There's just not much here. Some occasional funny bits of dialogue, but even then, Santa and Ace don't really provide a lot of commentary. So, it's not one I find myself even remembering that much. Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement.
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all three of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly.
So are you only interested in being contrary?
Ace sighed with the air of a long-suffering parent.
All right, I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor next to the conveyor belt in June.
Oh, Jumpy!
Hello. As he drew closer, she stood up slowly.
Are you okay?
He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish.
Let me check.
Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead.
Good. You're feeling a lot better.
She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but she still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him.
Are you sure you're all right?
He had to be sure. June gave him a look.
Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops, I mean, warrior.
June giggled. I can't tell if you're actually sick or just, or rather, still feverish, or if you're just joking around. He wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead.
All right, let's go.
Go where?
Oh, right. I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go!
June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. They headed back to the exit, but on their way they found...
Oh, it's...
Santa?
Santa was sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him.
What are you looking at?
Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet.
It's a photo. It's my sister.
I have just noticed how many clasps are on your pants, man. You look like a Nomura undesigned character at times.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Although you're missing a few too many belts and zippers. Santa simply nodded.
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then?
Santa glared at her.
Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
Santa didn't smile or laugh.
Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
He simply turned back to his picture and spoke.
I was her Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
This sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
Have you ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses?
Can't say I have.
It goes that a long time ago, there were two Santas. One of them wore white, and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids, and the black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon, the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa to death.
Where exactly is this story coming from? This sounds like a very macabre story for what is about Christmas.
When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes. And that's why, these days, his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the black Santa.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June was staring at Santa, sadness plain on her face. He continued.
I wonder which Santa I am. The white Santa or the black Santa?
Huh.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back into his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time.
Huh?
Huh. Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Jeez, man. Calm down there, Mr. Two Santas. Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern.
Sorry we took so long.
Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once more.
Let's go.
In a single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Oh god, this one.
Huh. Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Sansa's voice broke through their momentary trance.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going.
Alright, let's head up. Seek a way out. The final escape room I'm gonna be doing for this episode. Welcome to the cargo room. This might be my least favorite of the escape rooms. Maybe. Oh god. These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. The 3 crates are tied to one another with several straps. These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. Junpei, what the hell is wrong with you? The crate triplets. Oh god. There are a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Hello there. A card with the 9th man's face printed on it. What's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. There's nothing in the bag anymore. I can see some metal boxes on the other side of the fence. I'll look at these in a minute. A box. There's nothing inside. I wonder what's inside all these crates. There are a bunch of wooden crates on the inside of the fence. Jumpy, look at that crate over there. There's something on it, isn't there? Yeah, looks like a coffin. A coffin? Yeah, seems kind of weird to find a coffin here, right? As if it's telling us, search here. There's a coffin on the other side of the fence. This is the only area with a fence around it. Junpei, think you could take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I, got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what's he gonna do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at a fence is. Holy shit! This... Oh man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. And we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. There's a tall fence surrounding part of the cargo room. Apparently there's a high voltage current running through the fence. Anyone got any rubber gloves? I think we can get over the fence by jumping on those crates. What are you saying, Jumpy? There's a huge electrical current flowing through that fence. If you do that, you won't be able to get back. Well, if I can move some of those crates over there. Are you even sure you can move them? What if they weigh too much? Then what are you going to do? Oh, Yeah. Hadn't thought of that. Oh, God. There are 3 crates here piled up like a set of stairs. It'd be easy enough to climb to the top of them, but after that... There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. There's a number of barrels full of some unidentified liquid near the wall. It's the lid for the crate. There's something inside this crate. Oh, it's Junpei and Akane. There's nothing in here. We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them. The lights are shining with bright white light. How interesting. This door leads to the steam engine room. Really? Nothing else to say? Nothing in the bag anymore. Oh, Snake. There's nothing in these crates. 3 wooden crates. We got Clover. I don't know what's in these barrels. Judging by their weight, perhaps a liquid of some sort. There's 4 barrels next to the wooden crates. There's a card in this box. An ace. That's 8 so far. No card in the box. The lights are shining with bright white light. Bum, bum. Ah, this beat is always a bop. These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the only door here, except for the one we just came through. And this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, just a keyhole, right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we gotta find the key that fits that keyhole. Yeah. This door has to be the exit. There's a small keyhole under the doorknob. And if we come up here, well, there's a metal panel over the outside of the window. The scaffolding that supports the staircase is some sort of boxy device. Well, that's very specific, Junpei. Thank you. There are 4 crates lined up at equal intervals. A heavy-looking metal box. I can see the machine. The spinning light on top of its head looks kind of cute. There's something that looks like a coffin sitting on top of the pile of crates. There's a whole bunch of identical crates in a pile here. And nothing really to say else about it. A handrail that surrounds the platform on which the control panel are on it. And we have our first puzzle. Well, we will have our first puzzle in a minute. There are several lights here with numbers from 1 to 9. Only the light with a 9 on it is lit. This looks like it's covering something. It looks like some kind of little shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. What's gonna come out of it if it does open? Yeah, like I'd know that. It's a cover. I have a feeling it'll open up. Well, there's 6 holes here. They look like jacks for a headphone cable. Jacks, huh? But maybe if we put something in them, yeah, something might happen. Looks like I could probably insert kind of pin in them. If we do that, then maybe something will happen. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that for the moment. We have to go all the way back down. But for the moment, let's take a second to look at all these. Ace's card. It's Ace's card. It looked like some kind of European lord. Oh, my headshot. You want to see it? It's actually a pretty good picture. No, I don't need to see it. In fact, we really ought to get back to our search. Card with Ace's face on it. Snake. Is that Snake's card? Yeah, you want to see it? No, that's fine. This card has Snake's face on it. Man, the guy on this card is one good-looking son of a bitch. Way more class than that other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? What's your problem? Didn't say I meant you, did I? Shit. card with Santa's face on it. Hello, Clover. This is Clover's card. You know, looking at this photo, she's kind of cute, isn't she? Junpei? You, want to remember who else is in the room with you? Huh? What's up? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Why does her smile make me feel cold? Card with Clover's picture on it. Junpei? Really, dude? You wishing for death here? I mean, Clover can give you the death if you want to, but still. Not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission. It looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Hey, knock it off, lovebirds. What? We're not a couple. Not at all. Not in any way. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I can't take my eyes off it. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I feel enraptured. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I just want to rub my face on it. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I want to eat it. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. It belongs in a shrine. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. It belongs in a museum. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I bet I could get quite a bit for this online. Yeah, you wish, Junpei. There's a pretty cool-looking dude on this card. I feel kind of unfulfilled. My picture. So yes, Junpei is just a fucking weirdo. This must be... Oh no, don't look at it! I'm not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic, and I don't look sexy either. Next to Clover, my skin looks gross, and I'm not sexy like Lotus. Akane, I didn't say anything. I know guys go for women who look like Lotus, but, I'm trying too. I'm doing the best I can. Please don't call me a board, or a trash can, or a cutting board. Wait a minute. I haven't said anything like that. Have I? This card has a picture of June on it, and apparently she has a very big inferiority complex. This is 7. This is 7's card. This is supposed to be a trading card. It's not a very good one. Looks like some kind of criminal. Looks like one of those photos you see on the bulletin board at a police station. Guys, leave 7 alone. Jeez. It's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they... Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. Oh, and there's the last one. Lotus. There's a picture of Lotus on this card. Man, her hair is ridiculous. It's like clay or something. Says the pot to the kettle. Card has Lotus's picture on it.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Well, yes, obviously. Junpei gave him a look.
Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers, then you pop the corresponding card in the right box.
Yeah.
So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and so on.
Oh, I see.
Huh? What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Hey, wait!
He quickly turned and walked away.
What's wrong with him? Oh well, whatever.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned it back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest. And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
All 9 box lids opened at once.
Yeah! Oh, they opened!
You are way too excitable, Junpei. He peered inside.
What the?
In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. These look like the kind of pins you use for sewing. There are 9 of them in total, and they have numbers on them that run from 1 to 9. Wait a minute. Okay, I thought that was misspelled for a second. There's nothing in the boxes. So, it should be fairly obvious. Go up here, and we use the pins in these. There are 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I found would be a perfect fit for them. The ones you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put the 2, 4, and 6 pins on the top part, and the 3, 5, and 7 pins on the bottom. You think maybe it's the digital root? The digital root? 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. The digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 15. The digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns on. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. Well, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So, he put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on the top and the 6, 7, and 8 pins on the bottom. Oh! They turned off. 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. The digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. If the digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the number on the lights that are lit, those lights turn off. Yeah, looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. You wanna give it a try? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Well, no, but I figured we could try and see if we could turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we can manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Pick one of the 6 holes, then pick one of the pins in your hand and insert it into the hole. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights with the numbers that correspond to the digital root of the pins in the upper and lower parts will turn on. However, if a digital root corresponds to a light that is already on, that light will be turned off. The goal is to turn all the lights on. Alright, let's do this. So yes, it's exactly as he says. You have to insert 6 pins, you cannot insert less than that, and you have to have all the lights turn on. This can obviously be a little bit annoying because it's mainly just a lot of math figuring out at once. Which is why I'm not doing this game on the fly. I mean, aside from the fact that I beat it years ago, but... Oy. Oddly enough, this is actually only one of 2 puzzles in this entire room. So, the best solution I could find to get through this includes 1, 3, and 4 on the top, 2, 5, and 9 on the bottom, then 1, 2, and 3 on the top, and 6, 8, and 9 on the bottom. Then 3, 4, and 6 on the top, and then 1, 2, and 9 on the bottom. And finally, 1, 3, 7 on the top, and 4, 6, 9 on the bottom. And there you go. All the lights are on and the shutters opened up. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. Probably don't really need to mess with that. All the numbered lights are lit. Okay, so we've got 9 holes. And there's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time, there's 9 holes. So we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Well, why don't we just try it, alright? Now, if you back out of this, it'll help give you a bit more of a definitive hint. But the basic idea is, I hope you remember your hexadecimal. The F is your hint. It basically means 15 in hexadecimal. So what we need to do is insert all 9 pins and have every row of 3 equal 15. Every vertical row, every horizontal row, and every diagonal row. There is only one possible combination that will make this work. On the top row, put 6, 1, and 8. On the middle row, put 7, 5, and 3. And finally, on the bottom row, put 2, 9, and 4. Every row must equal 15. There is only one combination that equals that. That can certainly take you a minute. It's mainly just a simple addition problem. Well, a lot of addition, really. But it's doable, if a bit tedious. There we go, all pins inserted, all lights lit. We did it! The power's on now. It looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on the top. There's nothing for me to do now. A green button, a red button, and a lever. I wonder what these do. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where did you find this? What is that? Where did you find it? I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. It looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. What's he pointing? Oh. That machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you serious? Whatever. So what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? You see the coffin over on top of the crates? Yeah. Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. Want to check it out? Yeah. Alright. How do you think we're gonna get it there? Well, there were some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there. How would we do that? Line up the crates, I guess. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess it's just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. So to keep it from using up its energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. New material has been added to the file screen. Instructions for a machine called the Pushmaster 5000. Santa found them in the cargo room. In order to prolong battery life, it is advised that you first simulate your actions before carrying them out. Pull the lever to begin the simulation. You can move in 4 directions. You cannot move diagonally. If the Pushmaster's 5000's move count exceeds the battery life, it will be reset. Cannot lift heavy objects. So we can't move the metal crates, we can only move the wooden ones. The green button, reset, re-input command. The back button, quit command. The lever, start command. The monitor shows a top-down view of the area where we can move the entrance. Once I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, I can just pull the lever. This is the return button, that allows me to quit command. Once I want to activate the program, I can just pull the lever. This is the reset button, that allows me to start all over. Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there is a limit on the battery, alright? The battery dies after 50 moves. At least, that's what it says in the manual. 50 moves, huh? Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Instructions for operation. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is clicked, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there is a crate in the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a single crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently and fill the yellow areas. So yes, we have to move these 4 crates to this area. This is a contender for my least favorite puzzle in the entire game. I will talk about that after we solve it. But I will have you know, I absolutely had to write down the solution for it. Because you will be required to use up the majority of your 50 moves. Now, if you mess up enough, the game will supply you with extra moves. I believe it goes up to 60. But you're still using most of them. Oh god. Just a quick test, can I move with the keyboard? Because that'll certainly help. Well, the answer is no, so I have to explicitly use the mouse. So. Oh god, let's see this. Down. Right. Down. Right. Right. Up. Right, up, up. Left, up, left. Left, down, left. Down, down. Right, 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 down. Right, up. Left, 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 left. Up, up. Right, right, right. Down, down. Up, up. Left, left. Hang on, there's just... I wrote this in a very specific way. Down, left, down. Right, right, right. And then left, down, right. There you go. You needed exactly 47 moves just to solve that. Even 3 mistakes would have been enough to screw me over. Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I need to do next? Just be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already. Awesome! The Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to and lined up the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence. So, that is possibly my least favorite puzzle in the game. There may be one other that competes with it, but for a good reason. This gets into my opinions on puzzle design. My opinions on puzzles are that, well, they should have 2 factors in mind. The first is that they take into account that not every player is going to know the same amount of information, and the other is the length of time the puzzle can take. For that second one, I fully believe that a puzzle should not take even an hour, because at that point, it starts going from being fun to just frustrating. you don't feel a sense of accomplishment, I suppose I should say, at solving the puzzle so much as you just feel relief that it's over and want to forget that it happened. Even half an hour is stretching it a little bit, but a puzzle really should not take too long, and the amount of time that this thing can take really stretches that. Especially because, again, you only need to make 3 or 4 mistakes, and you can screw yourself over, which is likely why they added the extra moves, to give you some wiggle room. But still. As for the first option, the whole thing about that you have to make sure that you're accounting that every player doesn't have the same information, it's kind of, well, actually, Lotus said it best. Every puzzle had hints to them, some way that we could still figure them out. A good example is in the kitchen. It actually taught us hexadecimal right at the beginning. The first thing you saw was the plates, and it would effectively teach you hexadecimal, which would be necessary to get the password, to get the key card, to get out of the kitchen. At no point do the puzzles feel particularly unfair. They're never dependent on luck. Luckily, there's not really a puzzle anywhere in this game I can think of that depends on that. But if you do want an example of that type of puzzle, look up the infamous Shakespeare book puzzle from Silent Hill 3. The one that, well, Silent Hill 3 has multiple difficulty options for its puzzles. If you play the hard difficulty option, there is a specific puzzle involving books by Shakespeare. You have to place them in the correct order to get a password to input into the door to leave. The problem is that the puzzle requires you to have intimate knowledge of the Shakespeare books. Now, I don't know about you, but while I've certainly heard of many of the Shakespeare stories, I've heard their names, like Romeo and Juliet and Hamlet, I wouldn't say I could know the intricate details of each story. And you can't count on every player to have sat down and read them all, especially 5 very specific ones. And unfortunately, that game offers you no hints on the matter. You're just expected to know. And that's an example of kind of a badly designed puzzle in that factor. It works if you know the material, but the problem is, if you don't, you're kind of screwed and just have to look up the answer. Or you have to guess. So, yeah. That's just my thoughts on puzzle design. The Pushmaster thing squarely falls into the latter. It's just one that takes far too long to figure out, in my opinion. Especially considering it takes up to 47 moves. How much can you screw up before? And considering this game was originally released on the Nintendo DS, every minute counted if you weren't near a charger. And that's not even mentioning the fact that, again, you did not have a flowchart, which meant that for 2 of the... it basically meant that without the flowchart, in order to get 2 of the endings in this game, one of which is required, you would have to play this thing twice. And I sure hope you, wrote down the solution. Oy. Luckily, that is the last puzzle in this entire room. The escape room itself is actually rather short. There's a coffin sitting on the crate over there. This gate must be where they move cargo in and out. Right now, it's shut tight with a metal plate. A fence. Really? Nothing to say about that, Junpei? There's a crate underneath the coffin. There sure are a lot of crates on the other side of the fence.
Mummy!
For some reason, it goes straight into adventure mode there. No idea why.
Just kidding.
He smirked heartily at his own joke.
Really?
Junpei grumbled and shook his head.
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay.
Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago if Santa hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw off the lid of the coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they had expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key.
A small key and
next to the key...
a gun?
Yeah, a revolver.
It looks pretty old.
God, Ocelot would probably love this thing.
I wonder if this is a replica.
Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy.
This thing is...
He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets.
Are these real bullets?
The barrel was rifled and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it most likely functioned perfectly. If it was real.
Oh, if this is real? Oh.
Yeah, maybe we don't keep that around. Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
You're not gonna take it?
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage.
Yup.
Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Especially when we're so close to the end.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
Me neither.
The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. Rusty key. Maybe I can use this. There's a revolver in this coffin. What was this thing for? Jumpy. I know, I'll be there in just a minute. Now's not the time to be thinking about the coffin. I need to focus on getting out of here. Get out of here. I wonder, does he have any unique dialogue for it? Nope. Alright. Let's just put this key in here and yes! Sounds like that did it. Yay! Looks like it's open, Jumpy. I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yes! It's opening. And we're out of this. You found it. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern.
A long hallway, huh?
Let's check it out.
Junpei and the other 3 proceeded down it, silently. I don't know if I would call that silent. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started.
Congratulations, everyone. You have great memories. Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you may as well give it a try. Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed.
It works.
Huh. The elevator door opened and then eventually shut again.
I think so.
Pushing the button, it apparently restored power to the elevator.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
May as well get the lay of the land so you know what to do.
I agree. Let's go.
Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later,
Looks like it ends here.
Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
They searched around just in case.
There isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
It was the door, or nothing.
All right, let's open it.
Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, and then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9.
The 9 door.
Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. So yes, this time we find it since we went through door 6. Junpei leapt toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. I had to wonder what 7 Lotus and Clover are up to. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed the door handle and shook.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
The red sat on the wall next to the door, displayed on
Vacant. Huh. We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure of what to think or feel,
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
he spun around and couldn't believe what he saw.
What? A 9 door. There's another one. Why?
Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled toward the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner.
It's 9, no matter how you look at it.
Yep. Probably.
The red is there too. So this is a real one?
Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself.
Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Very true.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
Oh, man.
That's one way to rile up people.
We fell for it.
You know what happens when you make an assumption?
There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1278 and 34569 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2349 and 15678. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple.
Yep.
From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people.
Some people compare this game to Saw, but really, in Saw, it's usually designed so that people will die. Not everyone makes it out. Even the ones designed by Jigsaw himself. But here, no, it is designed so that everyone can get out.
That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door. But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done.
This game was designed for that purpose. This nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning, but if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
The thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice.
Oh, right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
I'm sorry, game. That's Junpei talking, not Santa.
The four of us can't open the number 9 door.
That's Santa.
The 4. Wait. Don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now?
It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. That would mean...
No, we gotta go back.
That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
Yep.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears and her legs shook.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest.
Really, Junpei?
Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Huh? Oh, right.
Junpei, I think you're delusional. Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, Seven, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as Ace spoke, he knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
But even with all 7 of us...
Ace knew it. They all knew it.
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Santa and June followed.
Huh.
Junpei started toward the door, then stopped.
Come to think of it, what is this room?
It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it?
We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran along the length of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony, but what kind?
Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship, and at the end... Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin.
A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
But before Junpei had time to answer that question...
Hey, Junpei! The hell are you doing? Let's move!
Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Right, okay. I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Well, nowhere to go but up. They took the elevator up to C-Deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long.
Look, it's...
Seven and Lotus.
They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Don't we always?
Clover is gone!
What?
Junpei and his three companions looked at one another. He turned back to Seven and Lotus.
What do you mean, gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
When?
Why?
You two went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as best they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
Great.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
Junpei thought for a moment.
When did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran to the central hospital room and looked around.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover.
There's no sign of her. Let's go.
Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back into the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs, and Junpei spoke.
All right. I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good. But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh? Sure, right. I'll do that.
Is this really the time for that? There was a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June even when they were alone. Although, perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he'd used when they were children. Connie. 9 years ago, it came naturally. After all, they were children. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. And although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that.
Jumpy.
No, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Kane.
June, or perhaps more appropriately Kane, blushed and smiled.
You be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it. Take care.
Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. You ever have that foreboding sense of danger? Just run up the chill of your spine? Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, and her skin, smooth and pale as always, was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse, no rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind, told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning, she'd been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife, then? Perhaps she'd been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing that she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only two ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the backside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain, there was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly proportioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions. Not anger, not sadness, not regrets. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon it swallowed up the last that remained in Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell. Into 0. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. So, yeah. That's another bad end. That is the knife ending. That's what happens if you don't choose the correct path of doors before going into door 6. In this case, I specifically went through doors 4 and 7 before going into 6. I'll meet you back in a minute for some of the alternate dialogue scenes in the escape rooms behind door 6 after I've chosen the correct path.
A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying?
Dunno, but it does seem like a possibility, you know?
They stood there for a few minutes, no one speaking until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
You know, speaking of experiments...
So, the correct route to go through is door 5, then door 8, and then door 6. Doing so will get you this different dialogue. The conversation around the winch goes the same until this section. Santa suddenly stopped.
There was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it.
Oh, that just doesn't seem right.
The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified. Which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
Yeah, and damn the poor rats.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
This is sounding awfully familiar to a conversation we had around a picture of a dog.
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Huh?
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching, and his stomach felt strange. How do you feel, Junpei? You starting to feel like the lab rat in this situation?
Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
Simply turned back to his picture and spoke.
I was her Santa Claus.
And here we are at this scene, which is quite different.
Wait, what?
The sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say.
Huh.
June looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. But
What happened?
June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort.
She died. She was killed 9 years ago.
Oh.
That's awfully specific. There was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale.
All right, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back into his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Yeah, I'm coming up, Mr. Santa Claus. And from here, the rest of the scene plays out the same. So yes, quite the different story on this route. I'll see you for the next different scene in the cargo room. Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
Hey! June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Junpei spun back around to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finished the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you!
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off towards June. Ace, you should be able to solve, like, puzzles too. Come on, dude.
Are you alright? What happened?
Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
Huh.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself, brushing on dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still...
Alright, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine? Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
Oh, is he?
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
How interesting. That sounds familiar.
Soparil. Soparil. I've heard of that before somewhere.
Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second-class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh. Yeah, I'm sure it did.
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
He turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, alright?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
I wonder. Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All the pictures were quite clear and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
But if it wasn't, What had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs looking quite depressed.
Huh. Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he kept Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
Yes, so, it's very clear, Ace has prosopagnosia, and we only know of this because we went through door 8. And here's the thing, you can actually tell this little aspect of him is foreshadowed a couple of times throughout the game, but probably the most noticeable one being when everyone is searching for Snake. He specifically tries to pass off Snake and Clover's differences in looks as, well, there are many siblings who don't look much like each other. But before that, he was confused why Junpei would even, like, be surprised that they're siblings. And this would be why. So, it's a neat little detail. I will meet you back after the escape room is done, as we move towards our last ending for this episode.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
So, yes, we are back here. In the knife ending, obviously they decided not to look in the shower room for some reason. But then again, it wouldn't have mattered considering the choices we made in that route. Here, they decide to actually go look in there, and from there, it'll be quite different. June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten at lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
No, she's not here.
As he had expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in reddish-brown puddle of drying blood.
Snake, just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what was once Snake. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted. Huh? Wait.
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscle. bright white ulna.
Bones.
The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Well, there's been a lot going on, Junpei. You can be forgiven for not connecting two and two at the start there. Clover had told Junpei the snake's left arm was prosthetic, but the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm, or at least it had been once. That meant the corpse...
Jumpy?
Jun's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Junpei and Jun headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover at every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead. I found her in the first-class bathroom.
Well, that was sudden. All sounds ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Jun's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Clover. Why? Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back. A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover's smile.
Clover!
Her innocent smile. Her energy. Her skill with wielding an axe. Good God, where did she learn to do that? He would never see her smile again.
No way.
He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you all right?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind it. Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover, why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
7. There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh. You think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
7 sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
7 stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. That's a good train of logic there. It's just so conspicuous, and yet we didn't find anything to solve it. Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was as locked as it had been when 7 found it.
Huh?
There was one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
Rust.
Junpei stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Junpei left the closet. 7 followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke, but they surely did grunt. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
Behind this door. The 9th man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
I mean, it's been a few hours, so yeah, it's really gonna build up in there. Especially with no other, no place to go. His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered onto the floor. I hope you weren't eating while watching this. Gross. At least we aren't shown it. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. Nice food metaphor. On the floor, next to the broken mass of a man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
There's something off about this image. That was when he noticed.
It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything, in a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The knife man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
This better be good, Seven, and I'm not in the mood for more of your medical jokes. Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. I'm amazed that thing is not crushed, especially... Like, I assumed she was holding on to that thing tight. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase, sinister hand. Sinister hand means... Now, you would be completely forgiven for, like, just guessing this one. Because Junpei's logic here, for what the answer is something that you're not going to know off the top of your head. But there's no penalty for guessing the wrong thing, so... The left hand.
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms.
Like I said, something you're probably not going to know off the top of your head.
The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm. At the bracelet on his wrist.
Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
He examined the bracelet closely.
There's 2 things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth gone. Maybe those 2 words... The correct answer here is actually just, what else could gone and truth mean?
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth
equals right, and gone equals left.
Correct, Junpei. Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These two things sticking out. So if I...
Press them in the following order. You were given 6 options. Obviously, only one of these is the correct option. Truth had gone, truth had gone, truth had gone. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... one after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time just to be sure. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Despite this clearly being important, you will never have to write down this number. It is purely a story thing.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure you would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Anyone else do what Junpei does here? Where you just, like, keep muttering the same thing over and over to yourself just so you won't forget it? All the way up until you're done with it?
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
I'll admit I also tend to do this in case I, like, need it right away and don't write it down. For whatever reason. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he'd just discovered. Also, the fact that the sequences of numbers were created by going from the right to the left and to the right and so on. Just like the dial. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh.
Finished.
Bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The Nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Gentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor, Teriyaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kagoshida Mushashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom. So, just to show off the alternate dialogue, what happens if you choose the right hand?
No, that's not right. In heraldry, the term sinister was used to refer to the left side of a coat of arms. Or more accurately, it referred to things on the left side of a bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
So basically, nothing different. Junpei will just tell you what the correct answer is. And since I'm right here, I may as well just get them all in one go. Truth gone, maybe those 2 words. How about reading it out loud?
Maybe there's something about how they sound out loud. Truth. Gone. Nope. They sounded the same in my head.
Time for a different idea. How about switching the sentence around?
How about switching the sentence around? Gone had truth. Well, that makes even less sense.
Yeah, I don't see how that helped Junpei.
Clearly, switching the words isn't going to help.
Time for a different idea. How about reading them backwards?
How about reading them backwards?
Oh god, I can't wait to hear this.
Gone and truth. Enog and Hittert.
What the hell?
What am I saying?
You're basically just babbling now.
Those aren't even words. I doubt that's what the riddle was trying to say. Wasn't a bad idea, though.
Maybe in another situation. Truth, gone. Those 2 words.
What else could go?
And obviously, the correct sequence was right, left, right, left, right, left. So, what happens if we press any of these? Right, 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 left, left, left.
No, that was wrong. What was I thinking? Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Truth has to mean right.
Left, 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 right, right, right.
No, that wasn't right. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Had gone is a way of talking about someone leaving, and the past tense of leave is left.
Left, right, left, right, left, right.
No, that's the wrong order. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Truth came first.
Right, right, left, left, right, left.
No, what was I thinking? Right. I need to go to the right.
Left, left, right, right, left, right.
No, this is all wrong. Left. I need to go to the left.
So yes, there's nothing special about the optional dialogue there. It's just there. And now we come up to...
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Now we get to possibly a contender for my favorite scene in the game. God, I love this part. It is so satisfying. Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around.
Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and Seven understood perfectly. I mean, we really don't have time for arguing. We have an hour. We just need to do this as quickly as we can.
Fine.
What about you, Ace? Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shone from the red's display panel.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made it quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected, it was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
Shouted the hedgehog.
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
I'm Santa Claus. You have been very naughty. I'm here to deliver your coal. I know it's a very inconvenient time, but it needs to be done. Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. That's a sentence. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous.
You're kind of missing the big bushy beard.
But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened. His eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Yes, not your best moment, Lotus. Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8.
I mean, we could also go through door 3, but it required leaving 2 people behind, so... Or 1 person, whichever.
There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled another piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's...
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you. So you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly...
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed and the trap began to close. Damn, dude, you... Again, you really don't have a poker face. You just trip over your words constantly. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something. Anything else. You don't handle situations well if they start spiraling out of control.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face as he realized what he'd done. His eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all...
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight, and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it? Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
1 plus 2 plus 9 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Junpei, you would make one hell of a detective. Oh god. Well, like I said, he's voiced by Richard Epcar. And he's just so good at playing the villain. Like, really damn good. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion. Yeah, that's a bit freaky.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B-deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game.
Well, I mean, it's the main number of the game, so yeah.
Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
1 plus 9 equals 10, 1 plus 0 equals 1. 2 plus 9 equals 11, 1 plus 1 equals 2. 3 plus 9 equals 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3, and so on.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used. I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that.
Yeah, you really do, dude. Like, God. You really shouldn't. Your plans probably would have worked a bit better if you paid more attention.
I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the Red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the Red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold, and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, Only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Really? Not even a dead body?
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
Wow, way to give yourself away. I mean, she hadn't said anything yet. It's quite clear she knows, but still, way to give yourself away. At least play coy a little longer.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them. For the innocent lives they sacrificed, this is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words. Words he heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace, Santa, June, Seven, Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
I don't know, some part of me doubts that.
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch?
You are just a piece of shit.
She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong?
I mean, that doesn't change anything. You still killed a human being.
You bastard!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that would have likely shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you?
Lotus is great.
I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had the time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose, to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys.
Hello, Cam Clark.
I'm going off ahead now. Well then.
Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god! There's no time left! Listen! I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Ah!
I had 4 reasons for killing him.
1.
As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on.
2.
I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason.
3.
Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
4.
Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him. One has to wonder what would have happened if the ninth man had just not listened to him. God, how different would the game have been?
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey! What's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
And this is why it's not a good idea to take the gun. Or rather, it might have been a good idea for Junpei to hold on to it, actually. Huh. Weird how things turn out.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
9 plus 8 plus 1 equals 18, 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away!
But we can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you all right?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arms around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But...
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest, I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all with the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Let's go!
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. We still got a fair bit of this ending to go, people. Hope you have popcorn ready. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. This red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or, more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget.
That's actually quite a good line there, Junpei.
Anyway, we've got to try.
Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do, Junpei wondered.
Was there some sort of clue somewhere?
They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, It's not like you'll make things any worse.
Pretty much. It can't get any worse. Plus, people use the same password for multiple things all the time.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
That is such a specific line to remember, like, every word. 7, you have a great memory, even if you have amnesia.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
I just love the little buddy-buddy relationship between these two. They just bounce off each other well. He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
1438 3421.
Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and 7, unless I'm mistaken.
Nice outfit, Snake. It's quite soulful. I imagine it's even very freeing under there.
Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and 7 looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but they had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and 7 explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither 7 nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was, perhaps, not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and 7 little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, 7, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh. Hey, I just remembered something.
7 began patting his pockets, as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
What?
What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. How many pockets do you have? 7 pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
0. Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Take a guess. Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed Seven look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
No shit, Junpei. Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9.
Come on, man. I'm just kidding.
This really isn't the time for jokes, dude.
Still, just in case, I want to make sure the Zero bracelet gets picked up by the Red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the two doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the Red. Once again, nice, pale hand there, Snake. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. The correct combination is Junpei, 7, and the bracelet.
Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet.
Junpei plus 7 equals 5 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned in their bracelets.
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6.
5 plus 7 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creaking groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring in the parts of the ship that had until recently been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem.
Of course you do.
My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
So, what happens if you input the wrong combination of bracelets? Honestly, nothing special. Snake plus Junpei plus the bracelet.
Let's try Snake, me, and the bracelet.
Snake plus Junpei equals 2 plus 5 equals 7.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 2.
The door didn't open. The mysterious bracelet wasn't 2.
It didn't open.
Guess it's not 2.
Then?
Junpei continued. decided to use the following combination. What about Snake plus Junpei plus 7 plus the bracelet?
Let's try all three of us and the bracelet.
Snake plus Junpei plus 7 equals 2 plus 5 plus 7 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 4.
It didn't open.
Then this bracelet is not 4.
Then?
Junpei continued. So, yes, nothing special. It just tells you what they thought the number would be and that it's wrong. Junpei, 7, and Snake ran full tilt down the long, straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, 7 spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was Zero. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones in his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
You don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
Small blessings.
You are correct.
He'd walked through the door easily without authenticating. He stepped out of the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside 7 and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It only took a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It read Incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
You're a smartass, you know that? Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the elevator.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back, and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
What? Why? Why is there another one?
There are always 9s in this game, Junpei. They are everywhere. I'm surprised that every numbered door wasn't a 9. The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes.
Of course it's 9.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei, 7. The 3 of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
2 plus 7 plus 4 plus 5 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Junpei felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him.
What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
You are just a fucking monster, you know that?
What?
Oh, God. When the character who always has their eyes closed suddenly opens them, it is just one of the most terrifying things.
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the 9th man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory.
You are just awful.
Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I think you're going to be feeling something else in a few minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake! Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The snake!
Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Lotus! Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
1 + 8 + 9 = 18. 1 + 8 = 9.
Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and invulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened.
Kill you!
Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward 1 step closer to Ace, then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me! Get back! Stop! If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me!
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me! I said don't come any closer! Shit! You bastard!
Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of red blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally, you're...
But Snake wasn't done.
I'll kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. 1 bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg.
You won't get away.
And the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. Like I said, Ace tends to really panic once things don't start going according to plan. Like, what were you thinking wasting all of your ammo on 1 person? It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together. What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily.
He's been shot 6 times! I know I shouldn't take it seriously. It's just like, oh god, it's so ridiculous. It's funny.
You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Why would he believe you?
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices, and their words were strange.
Snake, that's enough! You can stop now!
Yes! He's right, Snake! You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us! We have to leave together!
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled, a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time!
Yeah, you don't really have a choice.
We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him, but Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller, and then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grip him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. Seven, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright? No.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down. Beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door.
He's...
There was a small window cut into it. Inside, you could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this!
You probably do.
Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero! Zero!
So, we're right at the cusp of the ending. I just have to give props once again to Evan Smith's performance as Junpei, because again, he just knocks it out of the park in this game. That scene in particular. I am surprised I haven't heard him in more roles. I hear he's in the Trails series, but honestly, I still need to properly play those games. Also, I still love Richard Epcar's acting, but God, that last part makes me laugh. Just because of how over the top it is. Why? Why? It's not the right tone for this, but whatever. We have fun here. As a slight note, since I won't have only a few minutes left after this, it should be obvious, but Ace is the one who killed Lotus and Junpei in the knife ending, obviously. And it's implied he killed Lotus again in the axe ending, which is why he took her off somewhere. And to make matters worse, it was confirmed in a Q&A by Ochikoshi that Ace is also the one who killed everyone in the submarine ending. Because, remember, when we found the dead bodies on the stairs, the only one Seven actually checked was Clover. Turns out Ace was lying in a pool of blood next to the others. He was just playing dead. Once Seven, Lotus, and Junpei ran off, he just snuck up on them and killed them. So, yeah. Ace is the cause of our deaths in almost all routes, no matter what. He absolutely deserved to die. Well, actually, he's the cause of our deaths in 2 routes, and Clover and 2 others. But yes, point being, he's a monster, and he absolutely deserved to die. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there, in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door and the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed again and the door opened.
Yes.
Junpei was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there on the red carpet in the center of the room... June. No, codenames didn't matter anymore. She was Connie.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hand shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly it rose and fell. Relief washed over him.
Connie!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently lifted her up.
Connie, are you alright?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way. I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You've just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
Zero. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
What the hell are you talking about?
No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie.
You can't. That is impossible.
Why?
Because you chose the wrong path.
The wrong path?
That is correct. Your path is inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is the absence of light, there is no shadow. So it goes.
What are you talking about?
That is not. The loser has been decided.
I told you! I am not gonna lose!
No, you misunderstand. You have lost. I have lost.
What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before he heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Damn it. Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie!
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before. And now she was gone.
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell. One he'd smelled before.
Wait. This is... white smoke.
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out.